First, Groselj International is a small multinational trading into the agro-commodity business on the Black Sea. So we have factories. We are Groselj. It's vegetable oil, exactly. So we are crushing sunflower seeds, producing vegetable oil, and exporting from Moldova, from Romania, and Georgia, where we have factories. We have also farming, 82,000 hectares. We are employing more than 2,500 employees. And we are exporting about 1 million tons of dry bulk cargo from the Black Sea. So few numbers. I'm 30 years experience in the commodity trading. And I would like to introduce this session with the changes over the commodity trade with the new technology and the consequences. I would say 2-3 decades ago, the business model changed completely from 30 years ago till now, obviously. The first business model was based for multinational in the commodity and agro-commodity business, was based to ship large volume of goods from FOB to CIF and in between making money. It was in the early 80s till 90s. And over a sudden they realized that the world is changing, and Cargill, for example, in the mid-90s, completely to change completely their orientation and not to do trading anymore, but to invest into assets, trying to search for the added value in this business. Added value, a lot of companies started to invest into port terminal, factories, trying to find, or transformation, trying to find the last penny, last margin from this. Till early 2000, this investment into assets was working. In early 2000, internet arrived, and internet transparency destroyed completely all the margin, and all the buyers in Western Africa knew the price of the rice in Thailand, and so on. So the margin shrank and become to very little, close to zero. So they have to find a new margin, and now people are searching through the new technology with Internet of Things or big data or blockchain, how they can keep surviving, reducing costings of transportation, searching for live information, making more efficient the trade through Internet of Things and the blockchain industry. So that's what I would like to introduce. Maybe you can introduce yourself first.
So good morning, everybody. I'm Robert Zaremba, co-founder and a CTO of CEREALIA, which I will have a pleasure to present you more in details right after Thierry will describe some insights of the market. I'm a computer scientist and an entrepreneur. I was previously in 2 other startups, notably also creating a market intelligence platform for agri-industry, working in distributed task management and task optimization for Nokia. And here with my partner, Andrei Grigorov, we're creating a trading platform for traders.
For agro-commodities.
For agro-commodities.
So I'm here because we did early November through the CEREALIA platform. The very first business was confirmed, and the Black Sea grain business was confirmed with the technology, with the blockchain technology. So we did not negotiate it through the platform yet, but we confirmed the business and we digitalized the contract, and the confirmation and the signatures were digitalized through the blockchain with the access of the CEREALIA platform. Actually, in the agro-commodity business, and their financial players, I would say investment funds, which are playing on Chicago, actually we're probably the very first to use the new technology. First with Internet of Things, that they are using live data to monitor the market, for example, or to monitor buyers or needs, or to read, for example, USDA reports for the supply and demand. So when the supply and demand is given by the American authorities, for the size of the crop, they have machines which are reading, analyzing immediately in few seconds a lot of data, and immediately passing the orders on market to buy or sell. This is, they were the very first to use it. To use this technology. Now it goes more. These technologies are the big grain merchants are thinking now to the one I'm talking with, which are moving physical cargoes, are really thinking and investing in such approach, like in the crude oil industry. Most probably the blockchain will be used in the energy sector before the soft commodities, because the energy sector is much more standardized than the contract. The size, the scale of the contract as well is much bigger, but the quality of the cargoes are much more standardized than in the grain or in metals industry. For example. Then the big data as well are used as well, for example, by farmers to spread the fertilizer into the fields with their tractors to optimize the parcel, and they want to get the same crop, or to optimize the size of the crop according to the land scale they are working on. So it's very, very interesting, because now the farmers in their tractors in US, they are equipped with computers and live data, and with satellite pictures as well, and everything is complied with new technology. I would say, for example, the blockchain is commonly used actually for the traceability, for the food security. We know, for example, Walmart is using in US, they are using the blockchain. They know exactly which cow has been slaughtered and the piece of meat in which supermarket it is distributed. So they follow up for the food securities. It is commonly used by the car makers, Porsche, for example, to follow up the spare parts in the car. But in the food as well, it starts to be commonly used for the traceability for the organic product. So when organic, it's bio-organic is getting more fashion, I would say, that people want to live longer. So the crops are identified from the field, and now going back to the distribution more and more. I would say not all around, but more and more. And the regulation, especially the European regulation, after so many frauds in this supposed to be organic, but which was not, now are traced much more with through the blockchain. Depending countries, of course. In US, it is more implemented than in Europe, but it's coming on. What I would say that then for the trading houses, I would say beside the trading house, there is also the banking industry. Banking industry, they realized that they might be lost somehow very fast with this new technology into the trade finance. Actually, they are providing funds for commodity trading. And as we heard yesterday in some presentation with Comgo and others, they are very much interested into this. They started to do some pool with Comgo, for example, with crude oil companies and other bankers, because I do believe that the tokenization will be maybe not starting with the grains, but it will start into commodities, most probably again into energy, sooner or later, and will come later on into the soft commodities, sugar, grains, and others. And it will be very useful for certain farmers, depending their location, to trade normally and eventually to avoid to be sanctioned because they are located in certain places which is not allowed by Americans, for example. But also the trading houses are investing. I mean, it will, the blockchain technology will not necessarily change the trade, but will reduce the costings, as I said, especially through the digitalization, especially for the documentation, the cargo documentation, which is actually passing through from the origin, from the port, from the port agent to the bank, and from one bank to another, and in between checked by a lot of people. All of this will be avoided and sent directly from the port through the blockchain directly to a lot of people, bankers, laboratories for analyzing the cargoes and so on. So all documentation will be complied quicker and most cost efficient. We will reduce the costings obviously and the manning force as well into the trading houses. So for sure. So that's why they are trying, and the efficiencies as well in the rapidity of the process. No need to send a DHL, but in 1 second, the documentation will arrive into the buyer bank, into the buyer as well, and all be accessible quickly and easier. DHL takes time. If you have a short route cargo, I mean short trip from the load port to the discharge port, it takes only 48 hours, for example, on the Mediterranean Sea. And it can be a big issue. The vessel can arrive time to time before the documentation, and it takes time and money and so on. So digitalization will be a cost saving for sure. So I do believe in it. It will take more time because the soft commodity are usually very conservative. We are talking about trading houses which are existing for more than a century, for certain of them 150 years. Already existing. So for these people, it takes time to adapt. They are thinking about, for sure. Again, it will not change the industry, but modernize the industry. And it will come most probably from the energy, which is a more new sector compared with the soft commodity. The energy is just 100 years existing. The soft commodity is existing for 1,000 years. So here we are.
Thank you, Thierry, for a great introduction. Can you put the slides on?
So here now is a CEREALIA presentation, which is the Robert company, and we did this first transaction on the Black Sea in November through their platform.
Correct. So I'm here now to talk a little bit in details of the application of what Thierry described, and try to provide you how this in fact applies to the real world use cases. So CEREALIA is a startup. We started with Andre summer 2018, so it has roughly 6 months already. As Thierry mentioned, we did MVP. We created very first ever blockchain trade, a Black Sea blockchain trade, which is registered and was audited by an Oracle expert. The proof of this was then also confirmed and it's stated in the S&P Platts, in some blockchain-related press. Now we are approaching the second pilot, which will cover the execution flow and tracing the execution flow, and hopefully we'll release. We will reach the production release in Q2 this year, so in a few months. As I introduce myself, and Andre, my partner, he's a trader, and I'm pretty happy from, let's say, this collaboration here, because we create a fintech platform, new technology platform for traders. And we have this mixture of the experience. Myself, I was I was involved in many blockchain projects. Notably, I'm also co-authoring the Ethereum, the GET client. Did many audits and analysis of the ICOs and smart contracts. And Andre has 20 years experience with the international trade, working both with the smaller companies and international companies. So the market we are tackling, I don't need to very much introduce here, but it counts for 80 billion yearly. And we are targeting the Black Sea and the Med Sea area. And just for information, in the audience over here, who is a trader? Or an agribusiness trader? Okay, great. And is there anyone who is interested in like a trade finance or a fund also? Okay. So the problem we are stating here and solving is dependency on the US dollar. The international trade is denominated in the US dollar. In the countries where we import and export most of them commodities, they are either under the sanctions or they have the problem to originate the US dollar. Acute lack of the trade finance also related to the US dollar. It's either very expensive. In Europe, you can have very easily a trade finance for around 8%. In Black Sea area countries, it goes up to 16% or even more. It's also somehow bind to the banking industry, because traditionally the banks who enter the market and provide the finance, whereas we have many funds, many alternative sources of the trade finance, and this is what we would like to utilize to provide, in fact, pretty safe asset class for the traditional investors, for alternative investors. Commercially inefficient contracts. So what Thierry was describing here, like especially even when the distance is small and the traditional trading business is still, let's deeply dive into the old paper documentation. It can create many disputes or many arguments. The studies shows that it costs yearly $2 billion, this inefficiency. And the lack of solutions for small and medium companies. The internationals, they have everything. They have the banks, they have the infrastructure. Small and medium companies, they have tougher and tougher time to compete with them. And the market share is smaller and smaller. If I remember correctly, it's now SMEs, market share is around 30% or even less. And this is what we want to help them. Probably you are familiar with this picture, or more or less what it represents. We have between the buyer and the seller, we usually end up with 4 or 5 banks. We have the buyer bank, seller bank, the correspondent banks, intermediary banks, especially when there is a US dollar involved, and a lot of payments, a lot of messaging, a lot of contracts. Most of them, yes, we need it, but the way how it is done now is very, very inefficient. Electronic bill of ladings, they exist. They exist already for a few years. So we have, for example, Bolero. They are not widely adapted. And we want to promote this, let's say, digitalization. Last year at the Global Grains Geneva, yes, multinationals, they were trying to show up that, oh yeah, we want to help and provide support for the digitalization, for the digital documents. For us, this is a great news, because we can, let's say, support each other with this move. And we can already, in fact, apply these things. Especially that the paper bill of lading, usually they don't have much, let's say, legal sense. They don't have very often, they don't have a unique numbers, or there is something missing. So what we do, yes, we are blockchain based. What does it mean? That we're using a technology which allows you to easily exchange digital documents, provide the legal signatures, and let's say a whole framework where the agreements and the trust is inherited by the technology, not by the third party. So in like one word, maybe I wouldn't say transparency, but disintermediation. we want to, we already, in fact, we have a partner with who we want to provide the payments, which are where the parties are exchanging the money with their local or national currencies, so to avoid US dollar or even euro. Our next pilot in March will involve a Turkish buyer, most probably, this is still not confirmed, Turkish buyer and a Russian seller, and they will trade directly in the Russian rubles. And finally, the trade finance. So we are welcome, the banks, but we want to provide, let's say, more competitive marketplace where in emerging markets, the parties can get the trade finance below 10%. I'm not sure if I want to talk about it, but anyone would like to have a very, very quick intro? Like, okay. So this is how it is now. Yes, so we don't in a business. Yes, especially when there is a big money involved. The laser doesn't work, right? Oh, okay, this on the screen doesn't work. We come up with this escrow, with the custodies, with intermediaries, with the middlemen, just because we don't trust each other, because we are very often exposing ourselves to the, let's say, market inefficiencies, to take an advantage of it and maybe reach the disputes. So the money is not safe, especially that this process is asynchronous. What does it mean? That when I give you the money, I am not necessarily getting the cargo in the same time. It takes time to do this exchange. Money transfer is much faster, like in theory, at least, than moving the goods. So that's why we have the intermediary. The whole idea of the blockchain is that to put everything what can be digitalized into a common ledger and have a system, have an algorithms to manage the transfers or the orders, or the requests, transactions. It can be anything. It doesn't need to be a financial transaction. It can be a decision. It can be some approval. And we trust the system. We trust the overall architecture, which can't be easily or technically or sorry, feasibly manipulated. What I would like to maybe add here is that even in the money, yes, when you have the money are digital already. Yeah, so in a bank, for example, when we put the money, 10 millions, 20 millions to cover our trade, yes, this money, they don't exist physically. Yes, there were just numbers, the records on a database, and there are special protocols which sends the messages to credit on one account and debit on the second account. So it doesn't change much, in fact. Yes, if you use the blockchain or if you use the traditional banking or you use a SWIFT, it's already digital. The only difference is here that do we use the intermediary? Do we use the trust relying on the concept of the bank, or we can, let's say, shift it and put it into the automated process? And yeah, so this is what is the second part, that we can have, let's say, one whole, we can embrace the our needs, our trust within the, let's say, single network. I think I was talking a little bit about it yesterday, so there are many blockchains. This is what I would like to highlight there, and it means that when we talk about the blockchain, we don't talk about a very specific solution, we just talk about the idea that we can disintermediate custody. I also wanted to talk a little bit about the stablecoins, which is very related to the payments, especially that even today and recently I had a few interesting discussions. Myself, I was involved in one of the projects creating the stablecoins, and I'm very happy that almost every month I'm learning that there is some hidden background project within some corporate structures trying to create yet another stablecoin. It's good. There can be many stablecoins because they will provide more liquidity and more power into the market. What is a stablecoin? Because this is what I would like to explain here. it's an asset which we can put into the blockchain, or let's say it's a digital asset, which can be controlled or managed by the blockchain. If a bank, for example, will create a smart contract, so the program on the blockchain, which will manage the tokens, let's say, representation of the Swiss franc or on a euro, but in the blockchain, in the smart contract, we can already call it a stable coin. Yes? If we have a collateral for the gold or for any other asset, and we put this notion of it into the blockchain, it's a stable coin. It will represent the value of that asset on the blockchain. The difference here is that we can easily, or in a very regulated manner, exchange it or transfer it. So stable coins is a very, very broad term. In the blockchain, it's very important because then we can link it to the program which will represent, for example, the trade. So instead of having it in the custody, yes, we have it in the program. And what does it mean, for example, in the international trade, when we need to provide this, in the case of, for example, letter of the credit, that we have the money to cover the trade. We don't need to put it into the bank. We can put it in the program, which is an escrow account, and then if the program will get triggered that, for example, the goods have been delivered, it will automatically transfer these assets, these tokens, so let's say it's stable coins, we can think about the Swiss francs or Russian rubles, to the target account, which we specified in advance before, let's say, during the contract negotiation. This way, we don't need to rely on the bank. This way, we don't need to rely on any inefficiency caused by some communication. Yes, it happens automatically. Some people may wonder is, what if there is a dispute or arbitrage? Well, it's the same thing as today, yes? So the money stays there. If let's say, the request to release the funds is not valid, or a party, let's say, wants to challenge it, yes, this still can be encoded there. It doesn't mean, for example, that we need to release it immediately. We can say, okay, if there is a communication or a message to finalize the transfer, yes, the parties, they can decide yes, what they want to do. Do they want to do it immediately? Question?
So what, for example, if you have a quality dispute on the goods?
Yes.
And let's just say, if we look at the normal situation we're talking about, let's say you've got an LC, letter of credit, and then there's the opportunity to, for example, that letter of credit is open in Geneva, you can go to the Swiss courts and make various submissions, and you can, for example, suggest that there's been fraud. For example, suggest before the Swiss courts that fraud has been present, and that instead of releasing those funds, the court should make an order to stop their release. Now, how would you envisage, because this has always been my question with blockchain, how would you envisage the arbitral forum or the court? Because it's what you've just said is the parties will have a dispute and they can discuss together, but of course what you would ordinarily have is some sort of arbiter to determine, for example, in that situation whether or not there was a fraud. I mean, if there's a quality dispute, you can just have an agreement between the two of you, but then how does that work in terms of the blockchain? Do you have a one quantum only release, or can you agree to just release 90% of the funds? I just wondered if you'd ever thought about those things.
Yes, we thought about it, and we also, let's say, made the proof of concept, yes, or design how to solve it. So that's the most interesting use case, in fact, because let's say if the trade goes well, if let's say I receive the goods and I want to pay for you because I don't have any other reason to not to do it, yes, we believe that the trust, in fact, should come from the people. Yes, otherwise we can't do the business. So the problem happens is when we have this dispute. An idea for that is that if, let's say, the smart contract received, okay, there are a few solutions. One solution is that when the smart contract receives a signal that, okay, the goods have been delivered from on the destination port, and it wants to, let's say, release the funds, either, yes, we can add some like a window time frame where this before releasing the funds, yes, it can be challenged. So let's say me as a buyer, yes, if I want to challenge, if I want to stop, I can, let's say, click a pause button. Let's think about it this way, and it will stop. And we can add, like, say, many rules how we want to stop it, how we want to solve it.
If I may intervene, on their platform, there is several stages of the execution of the contract. So first of all, there is the quality, the samples are taken, sent, and there is the quality report is coming into the platform, and then the documentary instruction, vessel nomination, and so on. And there is different steps of in the execution of the contract. If there is a problem into the execution, indeed the buyer can make a pause eventually because there is a kind of dispute on the quality or something. But just what I would like to add between brackets, that the blockchain technology as well with this execution, and maybe later on in the future some smart contract could educate some buyers from Middle East, for example, which are not, they are a fulfilling contract, but they are not super educated into to properly execute all the steps of the vessel nomination, documentation properly, timely, because time is money. And this also blockchain could trigger later on some penalties, for example, for the buyer or the seller if they are not timely into the process of the execution as well.
So, now being a little bit more specific, the way how we solve it, yes, is that each transactional operation, by transactional operation, it's either a financial operation or an agreement. Agreement in our case is also a transaction. Requires an approval. So let's say if you send me some documents which are corresponding to some certain stage, I don't know, let's say laboratory documents, then I have to approve it. So you make a request that, okay, I'm delivering these documents, you sign it digitally. The platform creates a trigger that, hey, you have, I don't know, let's say, because there is an agreement always within the process that I have to confirm it, let's say, in the next 24 hours. And usually this, we are incentivizing people, yes, to put as many details for that in the contract as possible. So then there is what we call a time bomb. It's showing in the platform that, okay, I have only 24 hours to either approve or reject these documents. If I reject it, yes, I need to put a reason, and the other counterparty sees it, and the time is passing. We can amend it if the parties agree. So I can, for example, issue an amendment and say, okay, like for this specific thing or this specific stage, instead of 24 hours, I want to have 36 hours or more. And the same goes for the payment. So let's say that, okay, the cargo arrived, I don't know, shipper or whoever, yes, is now triggering that, okay, I did my job, and now I need to approve it. This is how we do it now. Yeah, so the buyer has to approve it to release the funds. If the buyer will not approve it, and the seller is waiting and saying, hey, I already did my job, here is the time, now you need to release the funds. If the buyer will not do it, will ignore it, then there is a whole proof on the blockchain about all the agreements we did, about all, there is a whole trace what happened. So then the seller can go to can start an arbitration and say, look, this is, I was fair in the process, I did all of these things, all of this is proved. Up until this stage, the buyer was approving also what I sent to him. So
just
now it's very clear.
Just one word. In case of actual arbitration, the defendant, claimant, has to be both parties anyhow. They have to compile all the correspondences and evidences to argue on their side. On the blockchain, all is registered, all is recorded. So including the chat before the transaction happened. So if something has not been clearly understood from one side or the other, everything is compiled and everything is recorded and can be used for arbitration, clearly. And just also to finish that actually the contract, once the contract is done on the paperwork, we are all the time pushing the buyer to sign the contract. Some of them are reacting quickly, and some countries, they are coming back 2 weeks after because they want to change one word here, one word there after the negotiation. With the blockchain, the digitalization and the signature will be quicker and automatic. So once the contract is fixed, the digitalization is done, and when we sign the contract, the buyer and seller, and it was immediately done. I mean,
that's right.
Right after the negotiation.
Like probably one of the biggest value proposition here is that the parties, they don't need to individually collect what happened, because it's in a one ledger. Of course, it's encrypted. So let's say if you do a trade, yes, the third party will not see the details. They even don't see who is doing the trade, that Thierry is involved, for example. Even if there was before a relation with this third party person, a trading relation, they can't do it. And I mean, this is the way how we do it. All the documentation is there in the ledger, and then the parties risk, they know what's their risk, because they agree on these things, they have this negotiation. I will present a team a little bit later, but also in our advisory board, next to Thierry, we have Swithun still. He's president of GAFTA. So, and he's always repeating and saying to us, the word from my mouth is, I don't remember it, but what I say is my agreement, yes?
My word is my bond.
My word, okay. you know better than me. I'm a computer scientist.
It used to be. I mean, in the commodity industry, was my word is my bond, indeed. But nowadays, it's less and less respected.
And we want, in fact, to put it back in, like, bring this this value of it back into the power. That even if there is this negotiation chat, it's happening in the one place. Yes, and the parties, they know what they do.
I just would like to add something, that the time is money, and nowadays the multinational they use before to train the youth for the execution. They were going to the finance, to the shipping before going to trading. They were training the people there inside the group. Now they have no time for that, so they are taking youth post-graduated and sending them to operations immediately, to execution, with very little experience. So I would say the blockchain will force the people to respect or to educate for the execution of smart contract, to respect the scales and the proper execution. I would say even without experience or very little experience. So I think that it's a good thing as well.
Going very quickly, I just wanted, there was some question?
I want to ask, is according to you, blockchain is much more an evolution or a revolution? Because
many people, they want to say about the revolution because they promote themselves, or they want to say, okay, we are doing blockchain, so we are in this better part. I think it's an evolution. Most of these things, I believe, many of these things, you don't need the blockchain to do it. It's just easier and more, how to say, easier and cheaper to do it. Yes, like the bank, yes, which is, let's say, the most simple example of the transfer of the value, yes, money, for example. They are existing for thousands of years, and even recently they didn't use, even now they don't use blockchain for doing the exchange. So you can really transfer the money, transfer anything you want. Yes, the stock exchange, for the moment, the Swiss is announcing that they're migrating to the blockchain-based stock exchange, creating it summer this year. Operates, Nasdaq is operating, yes, internationally, yes, without the blockchain. So,
if I may answer to your question, because we have two different angles and point of view. Is the technician, the young generation on the blockchain, and I'm the older generation from the real economy. So I mean, we are two different worlds. In the commodity, I think it's not a revolution, but it's an evolution. It's a necessary evolution. It's a must. Actually, people have no choice than to save money, money, and it will not make a revolution into the trade, but a necessary evolution. But be careful, as soon as the humanity evaluate with internet or with the steam or electricity, with something new, we just shift the problems. We solve some problems, but we create new issues. So as soon as we cure a disease, a new one is appearing. So when the steam appeared 100 years ago or 200 into the industry, a lot of workers went jobless. So actually, it's an evolution, and for sure, this evolution will create more jobless as well. But I'm not sure that it will be a revolution. This is a necessary step to me, to my point of view.
Correct. In fact, yes. I mean, my sentence or what I wanted to say is that I disagree with this revolution. Me personally, I would also like, even from the technological perspective, I prefer to understand as an evolution. If I may just make a very quick digression, if I would like to search from the, let's say, IT world, where is the revolution? I would say it's AI, artificial intelligence. This brings way more revolutionary things than the blockchain. I put this slide because, okay, I was involved in a few discussions with the World Bank. They are creating a few very nice projects. So here in this presentation, I wanted to highlight like few things, what is the value proposition, and also that it's already adapted. So last year I was participating in a research funded by the Dutch government for a digital identity, and it's still continuing. World Bank is involved. They have the collaboration with France and Belgium. It's a big project, and what I'm saying is here, yesterday I met an IT group from Austria who are also bringing or working with doing a government project to integrate a blockchain within some digital identity. And this is something we also want to embrace in CEREALIA, that the signatures, or let's say the identity or the claims, yes, could be in fact put into a different level, another level, that we trust each other more, and we also bring more efficiency. It also gives a little bit more risk to the parties, but it makes all the process more responsible. So on 6 I mentioned, Walmart was also a few times mentioned, China. What I want to say maybe about the China, people were saying, or probably you heard in the news, that China is banning ICO, China is banning tokens, projects. But China, for them so far, is the biggest blockchain hub in the world. Amount of the blockchain projects there is by far, there's nothing, you can't find this amount in whole Europe. And this is what's also like embracing the efficiency. Advantages of the CEREALIA trade finance. So as we mentioned that, okay, like if we build now this picture that we can put many conditions in a smart contract, and people can interact with it lively, as we described that, okay, approve it, reject it, control it, trace it. Another thing is here that the person who is integrating with it, yes, can have this digital identity confirmed by a bank or some legal institution. And with this, yes, whatever we want to happen, or legally or not legally, yes, can be also more efficient, because we have already approved data about ourselves, which can be linked to another financial institutions. So if now I want to have a credit or a trade finance from alternative investment or alternative actor with who doesn't know us, yeah, but he is able to bring a very competitive trade finance, since we have a proven on a ledger as track of the records what we did, it can be anonymous, so it doesn't need to say that personally who was involved, yes, but there is a proof that this entity was fair, was trading this many times, overall they turned, I don't know, this amount of millions or billions, and multiple other data which can be required by the financial institution, then it's enough. Yes, this decision can be done in the matters of maybe minutes, hours, instead of sending the paper and starting the collaboration with a new financial institution to get the credit. So in CEREALIA, now maybe more specifically, so we are working a little bit on a brokerage model, but in a new brokerage model. Maybe Thierry will be able to better explain it. So we deliver the tools for the traders. Yes, we don't, let's say, try to make it where the traders are less useful than today, but they have more power to do their job more efficiently. So our platform works based on the commission model, like in the brokerage house, but overall, yes, in our financial model, we can discuss it later. Yes, they gain the value. And would you like to add something? Upcoming delivery, since Andre has done a lot of things in Russian and the Black Sea market, we are focusing, and also this is the biggest market for the grain. We are targeting Black Sea and the Med Sea. As already mentioned, we completed this pilot. We verified our smart contracts. Everything is on a public, permissionless blockchain. In our opinion, this allows for the more integration, especially for banks, KYC, and having the process more fluid. We are on the way with discussing with few potential partners for the payment gateways, where we can, let's say, quickly exchange the money. On a later stage, we want to integrate the trade finance. So we already also have the discussions ongoing, but the problem, it's not the problem, it's just the market is not yet there to apply it. So we need to, let's say, I wouldn't say wait, but give it a time to adopt it.
Matter of timing.
Yes. Our team, so we already have like a team of developers, digital specialists who were, for example, Michael, he was involved in many IT projects in the banks. From the banking industry, Philip, he was an advisor for many banks or bank strategists. So Swithun, I already introduced. Natalia, she's a trader. Thomas is working for AgriCensus, being like a reporter and a price assessor. Alex was working for Louis Dreyfus. He's responsible for the risk management. And in fact, he was giving us a perfect use case that what we are doing, in fact, can also work with international companies to help them structurize the flow. So he has, in our platform or structure, his own hidden projects, yes, to research how we can work with the bigger companies. And Thierry, notably here, very happy to share this session with you. Yeah, that's what we already mentioned. So we've been present in the Global Organization Geneva, IOM, Digital Commodities in London, Caspian Week here. Thank you very much, organizers. DEFCON, last Monday, there was the biggest, let's say, state-supported blockchain conference in Geneva. So we we finished our financial model and investment deck. So now currently looking for the investors. We want to expand now globally after the platform release. So not only, initial target and the validation is on the Black Sea market. The validation, in fact, we already did. There are many trading offices around Geneva Lake, and we have a big network in Russia. And for this later stage, what I already mentioned, yes, so trade finance lenders or family offices. This is kind of the organizations we are looking for to collaborate. And I would like to conclude with Jimmy Dimon words. He's a CEO of JP Morgan. Yeah, so they're also one of the biggest adopters of the blockchain. Yeah, so he said that JP Morgan will use blockchain for a whole lot of things, so not only the financial operations, but also risk operations, legal operations, and that's a good thing. Looking forward for that. Thank you very much.
Questions?
Interesting presentation. It reminds me of the model of Amazon, where they change the way we buy books. So you have a platform that you trust. The payment is organized. You can see where your book is, when it's going to come. So do you see a similar evolution in the trade where the banks may lose their relevance at the end?
Last year, I think it was around May, we've been at the Thomson Reuters conference, and we've been speaking with Chief Information Officer, or something like that, sorry, from ING. And they're already preparing for that, to lose their share in the trade finance.
If I can answer precisely, previously I said that the documentation, the shipping documentation, goes from the origin to the seller's bank, and from the seller's bank to buyer's bank. Previously, when we know very well the buyer, and the buyer know very well the seller, the buyer sent the surveying company, he knows the quality, they took samples, everything is fine, so they are ready to pay, and they used to pay before against only the mail copy of documents. So we used to send only the copy of the shipping documents by mail, and they were effecting the payment. The bankers took this flow and said that now it's not possible for compliance. You have to send the shipping documents directly to us only, even if both parties are okay. Shipping documents goes through us. For that, they charge about $1,500 per ship. Can be large or small, about. Just to check pack of documents like that, to do an introduction letter, which is pre-printed, and they resend it to the buyer's bank. Buyer's bank is also charging to the buyer to check the documents, to compile all the documents. All of this money will disappear, obviously. I'm not talking about the interest, because the interests are peanuts. I mean, actually, the money costs little compared with 10 years ago. So they had to charge something into the process to find monies. For sure, they're going to lose, so that's why they invested ING, Société Générale, HSBC, all the bigger bankers, Credit Suisse, and others, invested into a platform together with crude oil trader, Comgo, for example, is Miss... she's coming from Suleiman Badi, yes. She's coming from Société Générale, and in this platform there is a Total and the biggest Gunvor and the biggest oil trader. So that's why they already invested. This is just an example. There is so many other examples, and they invested because they don't want to be lost. They know that they're going to lose a lot of money, and they want to keep on the track and keep providing tokenization or somehow, but to stay in business, obviously. So they are scared, for sure.
Maybe if I may make a note one here, that we are not yet there, yes, to basically provide this overall financial capabilities. Yes, it's just coming. Yes, we can't be like, maybe we're in the front line, but we don't want to be a front runner to, you know, change like drastically change the behavior. Step by step is coming in. Also, like, as for the tracing, you were asking about the tracing. Thierry was mentioning, yes, that there are many projects ongoing about the tracing. As a CEREALIA, we are targeting traders and their execution flow. We don't want to create, let's say, a tracing capabilities about the cargo and all these things, but we are happy and want, in fact, to integrate. We want to leave this business to someone else and possibly to integrate it. Yeah, so we are focusing really on the trading flow and what's involved in that, like the documents and the finance. But there is a lot of room for many interesting projects. And essentially, maybe, I don't know if I use this word, but then I forgot. Yes, we want to be a kind of a marketplace. yes, where different solutions can reach the traders more efficiently.
Thank you for the presentation. I think that from the point of view of trading companies, the real question is to understand when and how to adapt. Is there any leader in somehow giving the input to start also to enter into that? That's one of the questions that we are, matter of factly, having a look around what others, what competitors, what banks are doing, what other industries are doing, but actually it's difficult to understand how and when to adapt. Maybe Thierry, question also for you.
Yes, to answer you, in the past 30 years, I saw many big grain merchants which were existing for more than 100 years who disappeared. They disappeared in early 2000 when the internet arrived because they could not adapt to this transparency and the margin shrinking. Continental Grains, for example, Compagnino in Switzerland, which was very well known, with 70 years and more, disappeared, Tradigrain and many others. So very large companies. We saw in the mid 2000, the years 2000, starting from 2005 to 2010, a concentration, because they couldn't find any more margin, so the bigger were buying the smaller and merging, and for all merger it was slash of the manning force. Kofco bought Nidera and many others. Actually, Bunge is not in the good shape, and other company like Glencore were looking over. But now, to answer precisely your question, now once this merger are more or less finished, they have no choice. They have no choice. So now the time is the counting, you know, and they have no choice to adapt and to go fast. I think it's going to take a couple of years, but I mean, the how is going to be soon. They have no many choice, and some of them, including large corporations like Dreyfus or others, they are watching to merge with someone, and it couldn't match with conflict of interest, but they will be forced. Otherwise, some of them will disappear again. So it's a matter of survival, simply.
Thank you so much for your reply. I'd like to ask, a general idea about the cost of such investment for trading companies. It depends, of course, but not to have a general idea. Yeah.
The cost versus the saving, to me, the costs are not so high. If they invest, let's say, a couple of $1 million with an IT group and development before to be implemented, it's not that much compared versus what they could save already on the first year. So I think that the costings are not so much important in this. It's going to be more difficult for the smaller. Yes. For the smaller, it's going to be difficult. That's why for our companies, for example, we will be forced to use. We are not big enough. Transoil is $500 million, is 1 million ton cargo, 2,500 employees overworld, but we are small compared with the others. So we will be forced to use some existing platforms to also provide some services, to client services, and also to reduce our costings.
A lot of room for further merger.
Yes, I think so. Yes, for middle-sized company, for example, I was talking about Dreyfus. Dreyfus is a large corporation, but small compared to Kofco. So everything is relative. So Dreyfus is large, but compared to Cargill is small, and Cargill is even small compared to Kofco or Glencore, which are much bigger. So yes, there is some rooms for certain to merge or to disappear. And anyhow to invest into the new technology, definitely.
The cost, in fact, for the integration into the new technologies, where there is since CEREALIA, for example, platform as a service, is much lower because, in fact, we don't want to change the way the traders behave, but We want to just to support them. Yeah? So, for example, we want to offer them their digital identity and show them, how they can trade more efficiently.
I would sorry, go ahead.
Do what they do. Yes, we don't want to say like, okay, now the trades works totally differently. No, it's just we have a little bit more tools to make it more safer, I would say.
Yes, about the safety, I wanted to add that the regulations, the food safety regulations, the European regulation especially, because the Europeans are the specialists to regulate everything. So the food regulation are also pushing in that way, to use the blockchain and the new technology, definitely, to avoid to have some horse meat into the lasagne, as we saw many years. Doesn't mean that the horse meat is bad, but when it's written into the pack, it's beef, it has to be beef. And the traceability with the blockchain will able to this. And for sure, the regulation for dioxins, aflatoxin, I mean, 20 years ago when we were trading cargo, it was much more simple. Actually, now you need to be a chemist almost to trade some corn. Because you have the spectra of the analysis is so wild now due to these regulations. So the blockchain definitely for the digitalization will help to have this result, to transmit this result from the labs, to save time and money for sure.
But I think it will take years. We are still like...
Yes, a couple of years, but not so long. For this transmission of documents, directly digitalization of the documents, I think is going to be very fast.
Yes, this one is yes, but tracing, for example, now, in most of the cases, this is somehow a premium product or a proof of concept that this would work. What Walmart did, for example, for their Thanksgiving day, yeah, so they wanted to offer to Americans traced, how it's called, ding dong, what they eat on a turkey, exactly. Like blockchain traced, blockchain proof of provision, yes, of a turkey for the families in US. Yeah, back to the farm. Like this turkey was now like having a sun and breathing the fresh air and all these things. So they did it like a pilot for with a Walmart. But that was a showcase, essentially. Yeah, so.
And the last one question.
Yeah, my name is Dennis. I'm angel investor. Just wanted to double check a couple of numbers, maybe to refresh a couple of numbers that you've mentioned. First of all, when exactly do you expect to launch this product in real market? And do you have any expectation, like how many customers you expect the first year, etc.? A couple of numbers. And also, as far as I understood, you're looking for investors.
Correct.
You're raising probably the capital in seed round. So what capital do you want to raise? What is your valuation? Just a couple of basic numbers. Maybe for other investors will be interesting as well.
The business plan.
No, I'm just
business plan is existing.
Yeah, yes, but is it good to talk about it like publicly or not?
Yeah, you can obviously send the deck if it's ready. So tell what you can tell.
Okay.
In terms of launch, customers.
Yeah, no, there are cameras and everything. I just wondering if.
yeah. Well, I mean, launch dates, customers.
Yeah. So we plan to launch, let's say the first version. So we already have a beta in Q2. This will also depend about like what features we will put into. So let's say our current plan, yes, that we want to do it at the beginning, like first part of the Q2. Then it may change a little bit depending on what we would like to put there. The first version of the platform, yes, it will be rather basic. We're already, let's say, building a network for our customers who wants to, in fact, be on this during this bootstrap process, bootstrap time after the release. So we have already a marketing strategy how we want to go with them. Let's call market acquisition. As for the customers, our initial plan is to have around like 6 up to 10 new trading offices per month. We are already working with a few brokers. That sounds maybe tricky or funny. with who we can basically collaborate to onboard trading companies on our platform.
Do you have any preliminary interest from those customers, like for commercial contracts? For example, you have like interest from 5 customers already that are waiting some product details from you.
Yes, so we've been.
No, the president of the GAFTA, the Grain Association, Feed Trade Association, was supposed to be here, but at the last minute he could not. He's the managing director also of another Russian company, which is trading grains. They are also very much interested. All of this blockchain could be used later on, as I said, into the arbitration through the Grain Feed Association, I mean, or the PHOSPHA Association. This is PHOSPHA. This is for the oilseeds. So I think that many participants are already pretty very much interested.
So the companies we've been already talking with, so we validated our product. We're validating it since September. Yeah, so they expressed they're willing to participate, especially during the bootstrap process when they will have a special deal. We can talk about it later. I mean, okay, I can maybe say it. Yes, during this bootstrap process, we want to work for free. I mean, all the services for free. So we will also want to get more feedback. We already get the feedback, but the platform is not functioning. It's not production ready. So there will be more, of course. And another thing is that, okay, our goal for the investment is to expand. So I think this is what I can say. We want to use these funds to really attack the market and work closely with the traders to onboard them and build the mass.
Marketing.
Sorry?
For the marketing. For the marketing.
Yeah, yes.
Well,
Do you need to invest a lot in the product, or you just already need to invest only in customer acquisition rather than in product investments?
I wouldn't say it's not critical for the product for the time being, but let's say, okay, we are now, okay, we can talk about it maybe later. I would say that it's not critical, but it's nice to have, let's say, let's put it this way.
let's thank Thierry and Robert with applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please don't go far away. In 5 minutes, we're starting a very important topic, tax, legal, and compliance.
related to tax and compliance, as you know. And before to introduce our main topic, I would like to say a few words about our panelists. This is really a valuable panel, the unbelievable. They are really experts talking about sanctions, in particular talking about US sanctions against Iran, against Russia, and also they are experts about legal protection, in particular talking about arbitration convention. I have on my right side Miss Sarah Hunt. She is absolutely expert talking about persecution against the US court, Supreme Court in particular, and she's a partner of the law firm Holman Fenwick Whelan in Geneva. And the other two gentlemen are Mr. Luka Groselj and Bryan, both of them associate in Schellenberg Wittmer. Before to go much more into our subject, I would like to just to do a brief introduction. Going into 2009, the world looks wobbly. You know, as from Brazil to Italy, more populists are in power. The global economy is more fragile than it was a year ago. The market trajectory, a trade war between America and China is underway. And technology arose growing and based the international order in under threat. They makes this is a tricky time for prediction, but also a possibility to really approach properly such kind of challenge. What is the main purpose of our panel? Main purpose is to understand our companies, in particular oil and the commodities trade companies, could approach and could make profitable in this kind of uncertainty scenario. Main question I'd like to ask to you, Sarah. Would you just give us a general overview about the actual status of sanction against I don't know if you want Iran and Russia. I don't know if you want to start from Iran or from Russia. It's up to you.
Great. Well, it is a real delight to be here. Thank you so much, Marco, for that introduction. Thank you also to our hosts, Integral Petroleum, Murat and the lovely Shrin, and to all of you for being interested enough to come along and hear about sanctions, particularly sanctions imposed by our friends in the United States through the Office of Foreign Asset Control, and of course those sanctions not always being identically replicated by the European Union. And again, we see some divergence when we turn to our friends in Switzerland, the Swiss regulator, of course, being CETO, and my friends and colleagues Luka and Bryan are going to talk about the Swiss side a bit more generally as we move through. The most interesting development, of course, in sanctions just in 2018, in this last year, has been the increasing divergence between the direction taken by OFAC, the US regulator, and the European Union on the other side of the pond. We, of course, have most recently seen the dramatic revocation of sanctions against Groselj, the Russian aluminium company that has had an enormous effect on international trade and on the markets. And the very latest, you may have read in the press, is that the US Senate, which was asked to consider a motion to block the revocation of sanctions against Groselj, refused to block that motion, meaning that Groselj is going most likely to be cleared of sanctions, and the continuing licences, which allow existing trades in a limited fashion up until the 28th of January, will in all probability be lifted at some point shortly thereafter. Now, on Iran, of course, we saw an extraordinary drama in the bringing back of sanctions against Iran by the United States, and an equally dramatic counter-reaction from the European Union, hence a divergence of direction. On the one hand, the US, through its regulator OFAC, sought to reimpose a complex raft of sanctions, whilst the EU insisted that compliance with those sanctions was prohibited, introducing a blocking regulation so that EU companies should not comply with US sanctions. I think that's the most interesting development of 2018, and looking ahead, it will be very interesting to see whether that divergence continues or whether the pre-2018 similarity of pattern of sanctions is more the trend. I think at the moment we're certainly seeing the market speaking and insisting that the April 2018 sanctions against Groselj be lifted.
Yeah, I don't know if he, Sarah, you would like just to go just a bit more into your
Absolutely.
Your slides, in order to give to our
Thank you. Thank you so much, Marco.
to our guest a general overview.
Yeah. Look, sanctions is a topic I'm quite passionate about, actually. And whilst a lot of the work that I do is in international trade, specifically advisory and a lot of contentious work, a lot of litigation, we are seeing in Holman Fenwick Will, we have a sanctions team comprised of my colleagues Dan Martin, often fondly referred to as the sanctions man, Anthony Woolwich and Pauline Aurora in our Paris office, a team of lawyers that analyse sanctions on a daily basis. And we get a lot of queries from traders, we get a lot of questions from banks. How can we ensure that our trade finance is sanctions safe, is compliant? So, what do we need to think about then when we talk about being business compliant for sanctions? First of all, I think it's really important to understand how your business is organised, because sanctions bite or start to affect you differently based on what product you're trading, where you're trading, and of course, most interestingly, based on the nationality of your UBO and directors. So for example, if you have a US green card holder or passport holder as a director, then unless that director is recused or excused from his or her obligations, US sanctions will effectively be attracted to the entire actions of the company, quite regardless of the fact that you are not trading in US dollars and that you think they do not otherwise bite. It is hence very important not only to know your client, and of course if you're a bank, your client's client, but to know in great detail your business and to understand the ways sanctions affect different commodities and different jurisdictions. Now, we are going to take a quick look at the events in the Ukraine. We're going to analyse the lifting of sanctions against Groselj. We're going to talk about Iran, the re-imposition of sanctions against Iran, and the European counter to the US regulator, OFAC, in the blocking regulation. I know there's some interest here in the room about the new special purpose vehicle, the European Union-led plan to bring Iranian crude back into the market post the US sanctions reimposition and the revocation of the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. We're also going to look at what you have to do these days to bring softs into Iran. Obviously a very complex exercise indeed, given the banking difficulties faced with all of the Iranian banks essentially being listed now. There are also some interesting time limits applicable to the sectorally sanctioned identification list entities I'm just going to remind you of, along with a short review of business tools. And particularly, we need to be aware of the importance of using KYC to be very clear on what sanctions attract each individual Trade. Okay, so general issues. We've talked about the importance of know your own business. I thought I'd just point out the US regulator, the US sanctions regulator, OFAC, will block funds wherever in the chain they are found. So if, for example, you conduct some sort of illegal trade, but you don't know that your end receiver is going to send that petroleum product into a place where it shouldn't be going, whether that's, for example, Syria or Iran. Now, the problem for you as a mid-user, not knowing that that's the end destination of that cargo, is that you could be the victim of a sudden freezing of funds. It's dramatic. Those funds may not ever be able to be released. There's no ordinary course of appeal through to OFAC. You can file an administrative review request, but if, unbeknownst to you as the innocent trader, your end supplier has decided to break sanctions, you could be out of pocket in the tune of millions. And of course, we've seen that sort of thing. Again, know your customer, know your customer's customer, know really where that business is going. Be aware, as I mentioned, that US sanctions will bite wherever you are in the US jurisdiction. So where you have a US director, where you have a US ultimate beneficial owner, where you have a US parent company, where you are walking onto a US aeroplane. Before you even hit US airspace, US sanctions already bite. Similarly, EU sanctions, for example, the blocking regulation, which we're going to briefly discuss, will bite wherever there is an EU passport holder. That bites on you as a director, as an employee. The reach of sanctions is sometimes more far-fetching than we can be necessarily immediately aware of. So it's important to understand trade flows and, of course, how sanctions change as you move from one country to another. Most interestingly, of course, where sanctions are actually contradictory, where you have the US saying one thing and the EU saying exactly the opposite. So I thought I'd take a look at the Ukraine and remind us all that the pattern of EU and US sanctions against Russia regarding the Ukraine initially followed a roughly parallel direction. So we had the US blocking property of additional persons contributing to the situation in the Ukraine, the memorable Executive Order 13622, that was brought out in 20 March 2014 in response to events in the Ukraine. And there was a corresponding EU regulation 833 of 2014. However, there was this dramatic divergence we saw with the implementation of CAATSA, which is Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, initially brought in August 2017. And I think most dramatically, let's recall that all this discussion regarding Groselj, the Russian aluminium company, started out in the April 6 sanctions. Those sanctions dramatically listed Groselj as an SDN, a specially designated national, an entity with which, under the US rules, it is prohibited to trade, save for existing wind-down licenses. Now, let's recall that these 6 April sanctions were particularly severe and penalised using secondary sanctions anyone who, as a non-US company or citizen, chose to breach those sanctions by entering into new business with Groselj. And of course, the penalties for breaching US sanctions are not so minor. They include serious fines. We look at the billion-dollar fines that have been handed down against banks. You can, if you are a trader or an individual, perhaps a well-known Russian individual doing business with in the market, you can suddenly find yourself from one day to the next listed as an SDN. Of course, there are so many people like Oleg Deripaska, like Gennady Timchenko, who are our most famous SDNs in the special club of people who fall under this prohibition this insistence on freezing of funds and this very strict rule which was applied in the 6th April sanctions. So the US really wanted to stop business with Groselj on the 6th of April. However,
thank you. Skipping, to go much more in deep about the Groselj case, because I know that it's a very important point also for the implication that this kind of sanction provided in the aluminium market.
Absolutely.
I'd like to ask you much more in deep a focus about the sanction against Iran.
Sure.
Different approach provided by EU and the US.
Quite.
If it's possible also, sort of parallel among sanction against Russia and sanction against Iran.
Quite. So let's just jump to the Iran slide. The Iran situation is indeed a conflict between, on the one hand, the reissuing of a complex raft of Iranian sanctions, and that was the US's dramatic decision to withdraw from this joint comprehensive plan of action on the 8th of May, to steer this divergent course from the European Union. And the European Union, of course, very much wants to keep alive the joint comprehensive plan of action, which is why it issued its blocking regulation to counter the effect of US reimposition of Iranian sanctions. Now, what is important to realise about this blocking regulation is that it is actually a requirement in EU states to report to the regulator if you think you have breached the blocking regulation, which means you have taken steps to comply with US sanctions. Obviously, this puts companies in a very difficult situation.
Absolutely.
You are potentially sitting in the EU, you have a US parent company. Now, your US parent company obviously requires its subsidiaries to comply to the T with US sanctions, and it's the secondary sanctions that the blocking regulation is targeting, okay? So, as an EU subsidiary, on the one hand, you must comply with US sanctions because your UN parent company will be penalised if you don't. And those penalties, as we've discussed, are very serious. Yet as an EU subsidiary, you are required not to comply. In fact, even applying for a US licence with OFAC is a breach of the EU blocking regulation. Caught between a rock and a hard place, obviously, and we've actually sent out a briefing bulletin to clients. You're welcome to email us if you'd like to get regular updates on sanctions, but the course which would seem to be wisest is to very carefully document decisions that are taken in relation to business in Iran, and if business decisions are taken on the basis of financial necessity rather than compliance with US sanctions, then that decision needs to be documented very carefully and that reason kept in your records. Okay? So penalties, of course, for non-compliance with this EU blocking regulation include fines. There is even it's a criminal action which would be run in the UK for a breach with a fine, the penalty. It's a more administrative penalty in many of on the continent, in many other systems here. Right.
You know that, to have a sort of a parallel among the general approach provided by US, provided by EU in sanction against Russia and Iran, and taking account also we have many trading companies located in Switzerland. I would just to give you, Luka, briefly the possibility to explain a sort of Swiss approach, if we can talk about the Swiss approach.
Yes, good morning everyone. Thank you very much to the organizers for having me here. Can we please bring up my presentation?
I think it's just the green one actually, Luka. Just keep. Press green.
We know as Switzerland is fully integrated in EU, but for many reasons, is also frequently for political reason and also for economic reason. Frequently, Swiss government is used to have a different approach to such kind of situation. We know, for example, talking about sanction against Russia, talking about foods, as all of the EU sanctioned Russia, but Switzerland adopted a different approach and making possible also for many of our companies doing such business in commodity trading, soft commodity trading, reach such a huge market as talking about Russia. Please, Luka.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Marco. So I will now speak about trade sanctions from a Swiss perspective. And I think this is relevant to the audience for several reasons. The first reason is that you will discover during my presentation how Swiss listed individuals and entities can delist themselves from Swiss sanctions list. And secondly, it's also relevant to Swiss-based companies to know exactly what the regulatory, the criminal, as well as the contractual consequences of a breach of sanctions are, and how to best mitigate these risks. Now, very briefly on the legal framework of Swiss sanctions. First of all, you have sanctions imposed on the basis of the Swiss Constitution, as well as the Foreign Illicit Asset Acts. These are sanctions that are imposed by Switzerland autonomously, and normally they target politically exposed persons from failed states or states that are on the brink of failure. So you have such sanctions in force at the moment against certain individuals of the Ukraine, as well as Tunisia. In Ukraine, it concerns individuals from the entourage of the former president Yanukovych. Then the second legal basis for Switzerland to impose trade sanctions is the Embargo Act. And according to this piece of law, Switzerland implements UN, EU, and other Switzerland's trading partners' sanctions. And the specific measures towards certain states, regimes, or entities are contained in Swiss government ordinances. And annexed to these ordinances, you have lists of entities and individuals targeted. So at the moment, there are 23 Swiss sanction programs, and notably, there is no sanction program in force in Switzerland against Iran or against Russia or Russian individuals and entities. The enforcement authority in Switzerland is the State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, abbreviated as SECO. Now here I have listed different types of measures that can be taken on the basis of the Embargo Act. Just for your reference, I won't go through all of them, but the first one, of course, are financial sanctions, secondly, embargoes, and the other ones are a bit less relevant for our purposes. Now, when it comes to implementation by Switzerland of EU, UN, and other trading partners' sanctions, how does that work? When it comes to UN Security Council sanctions, those are implemented automatically without the need of an additional piece of law. However, EU sanctions are implemented by the Swiss government on a case-by-case basis, and usually they weigh up Swiss national interests before implementing those, and we'll see on the next slide what these interests are. Now, when it comes to US or other trading partners' sanctions, there is in general no alignment by Swiss authorities. And as I mentioned before, this is very relevant in terms of Iran and Russian sanctions. However, there is one field where foreign sanctions are also applied in Switzerland, and this is in the banking industry. So the FINMA, the Financial Market Authority of Switzerland, considers that Swiss banks must comply with any sanctions worldwide, otherwise they would be in breach of the Swiss supervisory law, and this could have consequences actually on their banking license. So in practice, Swiss banks comply with any foreign imposed sanctions, including US sanctions.
Thank you, Luka. I mean, you are talking about a reputational risk
Yes.
related to the Swiss bank in case they should be in breach of, the sanction legislation.
Yes, that's correct. And I have two examples. For example, you have Credit Suisse. In 2009, they have breached US sanctions. And the same also goes for BNP Paribas. They have also breached US sanctions, and there were enforcement proceedings opened by the Swiss Financial Market Authority against them. And this is a very important precedent, which now prevents any Swiss bank from breaching US sanctions.
Sada, do you have a similar situation, also talking about US? I mean, do you have any case about US banks breached the sanction mechanism?
Yes, I mean, quite right, Marco. There are actually countless examples of banks breaching US sanctions.
Yeah.
I mean, the fines tend to be measured at about, I think it's a notional $60,000 per breach, and we see regularly fines of up to, I think the latest is 1.5 billion is being mooted in relation to a breach from a London bank just at the moment in the press. But Swiss banks regularly do get fined, and usually it is for what is described as a systemic and deliberate breach of US sanctions in relation to typically US dollar transactions through a place which is prohibited. So at the moment, obviously, Iran petroleum product transactions. I just wanted to mention the question I had for Luka is, it's very interesting, I see that Switzerland has not embraced the European Union's blocking regulation.
Right.
And I wondered, Luka, if you could comment on that very sage Swiss perspective on a regulation that has obviously caused some complications for EU companies.
Right.
In the situation we described, where you have a US parent company and you are in a direct conflict.
Maybe I will answer to this question by asking you one question.
Yes.
Did this this EU blocking regulation bear its fruits, actually?
Well, what we
I
of
want to
course
say, wow.
what we see, of course, with the EU blocking regulation is it is a statement, really, more than necessarily something that's going to have any real impact or bite. In theory, the EU is attempting to offer legal protection to companies that want to breach US sanctions, that want to respect the blocking regulation that says don't comply with the US sanctions. And the ways that the EU tries to offer enforcement include annulment of any enforcement decisions within the EU jurisdiction, and the ways that they try to encourage compliance with the EU blocking regulation are by offering fines and penalties for non-compliance with it. However, when we think about the very long reach, the long arm of the US and its jurisdiction through the Office of Foreign Asset Control, the regulator, the problem is that the penalty for breach of US sanctions as a trader is so enormous, because being listed as a specially designated national, as we all know, is an incredible penalty, and it changes your life from one day to the next. And companies have to be shut down, and ultimate beneficial ownership, as we've seen with Oleg Deripaska, has to be transferred, as has been negotiated in Washington in the past few weeks, in order to enable that company to continue functioning. So in a way, it's a little bit of an empty threat, because you can't stop the US from listing SDNs, and you can't stop banks from wanting to comply with US sanctions when the penalty of fines is such an incredible disincentive. So a tricky one.
But Sarah, I think this EU blocking regulation was not that effective, because factually speaking,
Yes.
EU firms are pulling out from Iran, right?
Yes.
In spite of this blocking regulation.
And there, I think, Luka, the timing is interesting to note, because we saw the revocation of the US's participation in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action occurred quite some months before the EU had time to put together its blocking regulation, so that in fact US sanctions had already been implemented by the time the EU blocking regulation came in, and indeed it is quite correct to say that we have largely pulled out of Iran. Now, one issue that perhaps we could look at, a related issue, are softs. And I know that there are some softs traders here, and the issue of trading softs in Iran is an interesting one. What we see with the idea, of course, is that the US has sought to allow and enable trading of softs with Iran. However, in practice, almost all Iranian banks are now listed as SDNs. They're just about all listed, and some of them are not only listed, but they are also subject to secondary sanctions, which means that even if there's no US connection to that trade, if monies are received from those banks, the consequences are a potential listing. So there are two different levels of listing of Iranian banks. But the real problem with the permission, because there is a general license which is granted by OFAC to continue trading softs and medicines with Iran, is that practically speaking, no banks want to receive the payment for providing those medicines and foods. Now, some of you may be aware that there was a case before the International Court of Justice, which Iran won, insofar as the International Court of Justice held that to the extent that the US sanctions against Iran were not allowing the continuing sale of these foods and medicines into Iran, that aspect of the sanctions is illegal. However, the judgment from the International Court of Justice is unenforceable, and the US has declared that it plans to withdraw, given notice of 1 year, from the applicable treaty under which these obligations were called upon. So in fact, this International Court of Justice ruling saying that the US must put measures into place to enable continuing trade with Iran, which basically means allowing banking with Iran for sale of softs and medicines, has not worked. Now, I think there is one quite easy solution for this, and that is that the learned legislators and our worthy colleagues in the Office of Foreign Asset Control might write a very clear and affirmative answer to a frequently asked question, which might read along the lines of, apart from the SDN listings of Iranian banks, it is permissible for Iranian banks to make payments for permitted foodstuffs and medicines that are legitimately being sold into Iran, because there is the general license which allows that, and that would be a very easy thing to do to enable compliance with the International Court of Justice ruling, and of course compliance with the rule of law on a worldwide basis is something that needs to be encouraged.
This is a very, practical case talking about soft commodities against Iran. Before to give to Bryan the words and to go much more in deep about legal protection in case of war and conflict, which kind of what could offer the Arbitration Convention, also the international law, or also, just contract. I'd like to ask to you, Luka, if you could, just give you a few words about the effect of such sanction following, the Swiss approach, if I can say in this way. Okay. Because we understood really in deep, thinking to Sara, as US are really brave, really strong, such kind of approach, and we know all together we will know as US are used to be so aggressive. But I mean, I got to understand if the Swiss approach could be different, and if I mean, doing a sort of parallel with the US approach, Swiss approach is different, is similar, is much more soft. What?
Yeah, thank you, Marco. So maybe some practical tips from the Swiss perspective in terms of consequences of a breach of sanctions. So consequences can be threefold. First, if a Swiss company, a Swiss bank breaches sanctions, the regulators might jump in and revoke a banking license in extreme cases, or revoke exports licenses. Then from a criminal point of view, you're also liable for a breach of a sanction ordinance. For example, the sanction ordinance on Ukraine. And the default punishment for that is 500,000 Swiss francs of fine and 1 year in prison. Then in serious cases, it can go up to 1 million Swiss francs in fines and 5 years imprisonment. If a Swiss-based company refuses access to the CECO, employees, or refuses to hand over documents upon request of CECO, in that case, the fine can go up to 100,000 Swiss francs. And another very important aspect is that if managers, and I would say in general the management of a company, allows a breach of Swiss sanctions, it can be held liable, although this breach was committed actually by an employee down on the chain of command. And the prosecution time bar in Switzerland for breach of the embargo law and the federal ordinances is 5 years. Then the third consequence is a consequence on contracts. But I think we will discuss that later as well.
Absolutely. This is one of the main points. I really would like to have your point, in particular, also, I mean, Sarah's experience. Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you so much, Luka. I would like to involve Bryan to a different topic. It's important investment protection, because in particular we're talking about the Caspian area. This is our topic, of course, and we know as foreign investment, in order to be effective, should be protected. I want to ask to Bryan a general question. We just briefly mentioned about Ukraine, sanction against Ukraine, the conflict at the moment we have in Ukraine, but we could mention also other different parts of the world that now are not stable. For example, we could talk about Venezuela. We know recent fact and situation. And I'd like to ask Bryan, according to your experience and according to what could you really explain to us and to our guests, to commodities trade companies, which kind of protection could be offered in case of conflict or in case of war to investment?
Yeah, thank you, Marco, for that question. So we've heard a lot about sanction, and I'm going to talk about something totally different. I'm going to talk about investment protection under international law. As Marco has noted, nowadays we're investing or doing business in a very complex world. There are many geopolitical conflicts or sanctions, so it's a very difficult and complicated world, but there are ways under international law where you could mitigate those risks and try to sort to and maximize protection for your investment. So for the first slide, I'm just going to give an overview of the general investment risk for any type of business or any type of project. So I've divided them into two categories of risk. You have political and non-commercial risk. These are risks that affects everybody, and you're not really in control. They can be as extreme as war and conflict changes in government, there might be elections, the government that is favorable to your sector or your business might lose in the election, and you have a new government that pursue a totally different policy, or the government might introduce a different law or regulations. So these are political and non-commercial risk. And in terms of legal protection, what is available to you? You have protection under international law, which I'll go further detail in my presentation, or you have protection under the national law. So usually in the national constitution or in the public law of that country, it will offer investors a certain minimum standard of protection. For example, legitimate expectation or governments have to introduce new policies in accordance with due process. So these are types of protections available to you under national law. And the second type of risk are business and commercial risk. And these risks you can control much better. For example, changes in demand and supply. These economic changes affect your sector, but you can negotiate terms that are favorable to you. For example, you can increase the cost or reduce the cost or renegotiate the pricing terms. Or you have financial risk, for example, cash flow problems. Maybe you need to get a loan, or your counterparty default on a transaction. Operational risk, daily business risk, human resources risk, or supply, you don't get enough supply. And these type of business and commercial risks, you should protect by contract, by having, for example, more flexible contractual arrangement, so that you won't be in breach of a contract if these risks occur.
Then what could you suggest in such a situation in Venezuela in order to protect investment?
Yeah, but Venezuela is a good example, because in the South America, there's been a lot of investment treaty arbitrations, and Venezuela has been hit very heavily because they've lost a lot of awards. But before I talk about investment arbitration, I want to introduce the concept of investment treaties, which is offered the best protection for you under international law. So what are investment treaties? They're multilateral or bilateral international agreements made between states, and the purpose is to promote foreign and cross-border investment. And what do? They guarantee a minimum standard of protection for foreign investors. And I've given four different examples of the actual protections you have under international treaties. For example, fair and equitable treatment. The government has to treat you fairly and equitably. National treatment or most favored nation treatment. So this basically protects you against discrimination. The government cannot discriminate you as a foreign investor vis-a-vis their own nationals or other foreign investors. And protection against unlawful expropriation, those are actions taken by the government to expropriate your investment. So maybe they can nationalize your investment, or they can just take over your project. So those are what I mean by unlawful expropriation. And right to repatriate your investment returns. So if you invested money in a foreign country, these treaties would give you the right to take back the investment returns to your home country. And these are very important protections. And traditionally, how do you enforce the protection is by international arbitration. And this next slide, I think, would be of interest to the audience, because we are here in the Caspian week, and I've outlined the treaty framework in the Caspian region. So in this week, we have covered 7 countries. The 7 Caspian countries are Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Iran, Kazakhstan, Russia, and Turkmenistan. And if you look at the numbers, only Iran has treaties with all other 6 Caspian countries. So let's say if you're a Russian investor and you want to invest in Georgia, you have no treaty to protect you. And that is where the last point on the slide comes into play. There are foreign countries like China, Egypt, France, Germany, Italy, Romania, Spain, Switzerland, Ukraine, or Uzbekistan. They have treaties with all 7 countries. So let's say if you're a Russian investor looking to do business in Georgia, for example, you might want to do that investment by way of a German vehicle, Italian vehicle, Spanish or Swiss company. Then you can rely on the treaty between those independent states with Georgia that would offer you investment treaty protection under international law. And very briefly, onto the next slide, there are multilateral treaties, but there's no multilateral treaties covering all 7 states. You have the Energy Charter Treaty, which is the very important treaty in the energy space, but that only has 5 parties in the Caspian region, and they are Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. And I've listed also 3 other examples of multilateral treaties. But you see the coverage is not comprehensive. So I would suggest you should rely on bilateral treaties more, which I've shown in the previous slide.
I have one question to you and probably to everybody. Which kind of practical experience could you explain to our guest about such treaties? In this general scenario, in cui institutions are in trouble, in cui international law seems to be not stable as in the past, according to you, such kind of bilateral or multilateral approach in order to protect investment could really be the solution, or the final solution remains always a sort of contractual protection?
Yeah, and Marco, you've mentioned a great point. So on this slide, I've outlined the recent challenges of protection under international law, and I've cited the UCOS case, which Russia has lost an arbitral award, and it has to pay 50 billion in damages, and that is award under the Energy Charter Treaty. So that is obviously a very bad outcome for Russia, and as a result, Russia has withdrew from the Energy Charter Treaty and has introduced these new policies for future BITs, which will make it much more difficult for investors to bring claims under international treaties. And you've seen Kazakhstan has also lost quite a lot of money, and Ecuador and India, they've also announced termination of BITs, and the EU is also taking a stance against BIT arbitration. And to end my presentation, I want to introduce some new concepts or new options that investors should consider other than traditional protection under investment treaties. And as Markov mentioned, and also touched upon by Luka briefly, contractual protection is much more important now, because in this day and age, you no longer can you rely on your country to protect you. So you have to defend yourself, and how can you do that? Negotiate a robust and strong contractual protection for your investment. And as the second bullet point, offshore dispute resolution is also very important. And some of you might have attended the launch of the Caspian Arbitration Association last night,
yes.
And that is a very timely development, because, for example, in the future, for investment in the Caspian region, you might want to consider having an arbitration clause referring disputes to this new Caspian Arbitration Association. And these are the options available to you. And I've also listed political risk insurance. That is also a conventional option, but you have to remember it's very expensive, because unlike commercial insurance, where the force majeure clauses would exclude like war and conflict or change in government policy, these insurance cover them, and as a result, they're much more expensive. The premium you need to pay is much more expensive.
You see, we have many topics in order to go much more in deep, because it's really, we should stay here, till dinner, in order to go really in deep and to give the chance to our distinguished panelists really to provide all of their added value. Before to go, but unfortunately, time is money, also time of our guest, then we have to go much more fast. I would just before to go much more in detail about the sanction, in particular, Sarah, about what's happened in Groselj case, I would like just, and also, in order and to go much more aware about which kind of best compliance practice could you suggest to our guest in order really to protect their investment in Iran or in Russia in such a kind of unstable scenario. I would just to have your point about, I mean, the actual situation in Venezuela. What I'm talking about. We know that in 2008, Sarah, one of measure in oil company, I mean, was involved in very huge dispute about investment in Venezuela.
Yeah.
And I mean, at the end of the day, I'm very curious to understand. This is also in order to have a perspective for other different situations. How did they solve such a unpredictable situation?
Yeah, very interesting question, Marco. And I think Luka and I are going to speak briefly about business tools and compliance generally. A culture of compliance is, of course, critical for being aware of which jurisdictions, such as Venezuela, where we had the US prohibition on using a particular type of locally created Bitcoin, and it was making payments to local port operators extremely difficult. Now, of course, you're always going to find traders that go there and get around those regulations. But I think for banks and for traders, there are a couple of key takeaways. And I would say business tools for banks and traders certainly would have to include receiving appropriate notifications through a relatively sophisticated system. Now, we use World Compliance. We find that an excellent program. There are many similar systems. There's World Check. And what these checks, of course, do is they flag up, in the first instance, whether or not your counterparty is listed as an SDN or whether there are certain applicable time limits if there is an SSI, or sectorally sanctioned identification list entity, in the chain. Now, if you have an SSI, as many of you will be aware, either US or EU sanctions are going to bite. So the time limit will be either 14 days or 28 days or 60 days, and you need to know which one it is, and that's going to depend on which sanctions bite. That's for those time limit, especially listed entities where it's not prohibited to trade, but there are time limits applicable to new debt. Now, those time limits actually will bite in two different ways. You have to think about when you are advancing new debt, you have to think about both not lending for longer than the appropriate time, and you need to think about not prepaying. So there's prepayments that can also breach the time limit prohibitions. Luka, did you want to say something about the way those processes and checklists should be implemented?
Absolutely. So on this slide, you have an overview of what the right corporate culture should be. So basically, the right corporate culture in terms of compliance and risk mitigation should rest on three pillars. The first one is prevention, the second is detection, and then response. So it's very important that compliance programs are implemented by senior management, right? And that the tone must be set from the top. And then to introduce specific policies and procedures which would define one person of a team of persons that are in charge with compliance issues, and train employees of the firm and introduce also best practices. Then risk assessment must be done also on a continuous basis by legal and regulatory monitoring, as well as media monitoring. And as Sarah pointed out, it's very important that channels are in place whereby employees can escalate their doubts to some compliance managers.
Please go much more in deep, talk about such a slide, because according to me, this is really the core in order to fully understand how could, in particular, I'd like to recommend, please, our commodity trading companies and banks, in order to support our commodity trading company, could really be in the position to
know your customer, know your customer's customer. Look, I think you're quite right, Marco, in saying this is a key issue for traders. They want to know how to avoid being in the hot seat when that 20 million cargo gets frozen and it's done on when payment is about to hit their account. And of course, I can think of an example which we have worked on, where overnight, so that the trade on Monday is perfectly legal, the contracts are in place, the funds are about to hit the recipient's bank, and overnight, Monday night, the payer is listed as a specially designated national, so that instead of a legal trade, you're suddenly in the middle of a trade with an SDN, and the 20 million that was about to be credited to your account has been blocked as it passes through the US SWIFT system, and your bank is telling you that it is impossible to release those funds. And look, I think there really is no easy answer to how to avoid that situation. The earlier example I spoke of, know your clients' clients, know where the end destination of that cargo is an important one to bear in mind. There is a solution, incidentally, to that dramatic $20 million fund blocking example. You can, let's just say the payment is made in euros. You can draft a tripartite agreement whereby your middle trader, the trader, if it's A, B to C, and B is listed as an SDN, you can novate your contract so that A trades directly with C, so that B withdraws from the trade. And if the trade's in euros, certainly back in 2014-15, that sort of thing was actually approved by OFAC. Query whether it would be now. I only say that because the sanctions in response to events in the Ukraine certainly were very much tightened. The screws were tightened as of the 6 April 2018 sanctions that I described earlier. However, that was a legitimately approved solution for such a dramatic disaster, which we've been involved in. And I also just wanted to mention, in relation to solutions broadly, I was going to speak very briefly about the SPV, and I know there was some interest on the SPV, so I thought to indulge myself. And well, look, this special purpose vehicle is, of course, an EU-led solution. And the idea is that the EU will provide this special purpose vehicle. The very latest on that is it's perhaps going to be registered in France and perhaps going to be run operationally by a German representative who's going to ensure that the EU state's promise to facilitate legitimate financial transactions with Iran in accordance with European Union law, as stated by Federica Mogherini, the EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs for the EU in September 2018, can actually come about. But even with this potential solution to enable companies and countries to continue to purchase Iranian crude, we can see some very obvious problems. First, you have to ask yourself, even though we've had this potential solution from the French and the Germans, there is still a real question over who is prepared to host the special purpose vehicle. There is also a very legitimate question about who is going to be prepared to use it. What traders really want to risk direct breach of US sanctions against Iran? And perhaps even more pertinently, what banks of those traders are going to be prepared to facilitate receipt of payments that are unquestionably going to have to be received from an SDN-listed Iranian bank in direct breach of US sanctions, attracting secondary sanctions with the consequence of potential billion-dollar fines. And I think that's a real question around the solution. Given there is a system of listing of Iranian banks, and even the banks that are merely on the Executive Order 13599 list, the slightly softer listing, where we are hoping that payments can be received eventually in respect of medicine and food. This is already a problem. It's already the case that people are unable to supply food and medicine. And one European view is that the new special purpose vehicle may in fact likely be used more for these humanitarian and agricultural products. That might be a potential solution to what we're seeing with this big problem where all Iranian banks are essentially listed in different grades of SDN listing, which I think would be very positive. And we also have to bear in mind, of course, that even though this is a potential solution we have in the background, the reality that the EU continues to issue sanctions against Iranian government institutions it suspects of plotting acts of terror. So it's a very complicated situation, and we can only continue to monitor. Best practice involves, as I say, a very carefully implemented program, including checklists, and ultimately, I think this is not necessarily the sort of thing that we can outsource to a computer system or some sort of a blockchain solution. I think you need to know. You need to be able to put a call in to the regulator. You need to ask the regulator, can you explain what this means? Can you confirm that you need to get at least informal approval of something if you want to do it? And I guess the other interesting point is that...
Sarah, on this point, precisely on this point, I think maybe we can say something about how to approach regulators.
Yeah.
I mean, in Switzerland, you can approach regulators very quickly, efficiently. You write an email for an informal ruling.
Call them up. You write an email to CECO, and of course they're so wonderfully efficient that they will get back to you very often within 24 hours. So you can have a very clear idea from the Swiss on exactly where the Swiss stand.
How does this contrast with the US?
Well, that's an interesting question, Luka. Of course, at the moment, we have the US shutdown of its government, and at the moment, there are problems with contacting OFAC, but I should stress that the officers, the good officers of OFAC are, of course, very, very hard-working. They're, I would say, surchargé. There's a huge piles of papers. It takes a long time to process an appeal to OFAC, and the best way to contact them is to have that personal contact with an officer who can speak to you through the OFAC hotline and clarify questions, because written answers are less easily obtainable due to, I think, the volume. If you think about the volume of world trade, obviously Switzerland's a small country, the US is a very large country, and it implements sanctions worldwide, and there are multiple queries that come to them, and you have to wait in line for your answer there.
I have a question. Thank you very much for your for brilliant explanation. I want to best understand. We know that in November 2008, several states they received a sort of exemption, talking about sanction against Iran.
Absolutely.
Then I want to better understand also. Please give me also your point, Luka. First point, the reason of such exemption. Second point, if you expect, to have a sort of renovation. This kind of 6-month extension period could be longer. Third point, if you see room for Swiss company to really to benefit. Talk about such situation. How just go ahead in the execution with their agreement with the Iranian oil company, just involving a third party. For example, the Italian national oil company, any. Or the one not under the sanction list.
Good.
Please.
So we should note that the US has indeed granted 8 countries specific exemptions. These 8 countries are China, 360 barrels per day. We've got Greece and India on 300 K barrels per day. South Korea, 200K. We've got Italy, Japan, Taiwan and Turkey on about 60K barrels per day. So those special exemptions are, of course, part of the solution, the negotiated solution. And I think one thing we can draw from this discussion is that a negotiated solution with OFAC, as we've seen with Rusal, Russian Aluminium Company, this huge lobby that went on in Washington in the past few weeks, resulting in an agreement that Rusal is going to be delisted, is more likely to work than a solution where perhaps the EU tries to find a solution that's in breach of US sanctions, which I think is tricky for banks and tricky for traders. The idea, as I understand it, Marco, with the special exemptions, is that those countries which successfully negotiated these deals with the US were those countries which showed a willingness to comply with US sanctions, showed a need for continuing purchase of Iranian crude, and were able to demonstrate a plan of winding down. Now, the interesting thing will be whether or not this 6-month period of grace is indeed extended, as we've seen with Groselj, where in fact, although Groselj was listed dramatically in April 2018, with wind down licenses operative for 6 months, in fact, those licenses have been extended right up until the 28th of this month, and after that, the listing will be lifted with massive implications worldwide for the aluminium market. We'll be expecting a contango in the market. I think it's very important for traders to be able to continue to trade aluminium, and I think the US itself has perhaps learnt from that experience that there is a cost of imposing economic sanctions. Economic sanctions, of course, are used as a tool essentially of economic warfare, and when that comes back to bite you, well, in this case, the US have indeed done an about-face, and we've had München persuading the Senate to vote in favour of the relaxing of those sanctions against Groselj. So we shall have to see. I don't think there's going to be the same pressure, of course, in relation to Iranian crude, and obviously that exempt crude is something that a Swiss buyer could buy. That's clean. But we shall have to see what happens. Certainly will be very interesting to see how the special purpose vehicle mooted by the EU evolves in the coming months. And a very topical issue as well.
Thank you, Sarah. Luka, you'd like to add something or to Sarah, or I can ask you a different question? In such kind of sanction framework, it's very important to understand if your agreement was signed before or after this kind of sanction act. Could you just could you really outline in a very easy way how could the company should manage this kind of tricky situation?
Okay, so I guess your question relates to the consequences on private contracts of sanctions.
Yeah.
So if a sanction is imposed, let's say on day 1, and the contract is entered into on day 3, if this sanction prohibits these parties from contracting together, there are questions of private law that would say that the contract might be illegal, so it's null and void under Swiss law. But if it's the other way around, so the contract was entered into in day 1, and the sanction was imposed on day 3, then there might be questions of subsequent impossibility, or one could think as well of force majeure, as well as frustration, but I think this is also common in common law jurisdictions. And
quite right.
Yeah.
And of course, the usual solution for anticipating the imposition of sanctions on a counterparty is to implement one of what have now become standard sanctions clauses. So you've got the BP sanctions clause, you've got various voyage charter party sanctions clauses, which if anyone needs one, please feel free to email me, but they're circulating in the market, and I'm sure you are all aware of that. Has anyone had any interesting sanctions question or query? Or you can come and see me afterwards. I know these are often best asked privately, but does anyone have a question on, or just on anything that we've discussed that they'd like to ask? Perhaps they'd like to know where we're going in the market with a particular commodity and sanctions. We've talked about oil, we've talked about metals, and we've mentioned softs and the struggle that softs traders.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
A few weeks ago, ambassador of USA sent some notes to German companies which are involved in the construction Nord Stream
Nord Stream, yes.
Yeah. Can you comment with situation? What will be with companies under some consequences of sanctions? Will be it a conflict between American sanction and EU countries, or what will be?
Yes.
We know
This
what
is a
will.
very good point for your advisory.
Yeah. We know what was with Swiss banks when they go against sanctions.
Yes.
Yeah. What will be with German companies?
Yes, quite.
Thank you.
Are you asking this particularly in relation to the EU blocking regulation? You know that attempt really led by Angela Merkel, the EU proposal to stop EU companies complying with US sanctions. And for German companies in particular, interesting question, yes. So I think that it is, practically speaking, extremely difficult for German companies to comply with the EU blocking regulation. And the reason for that is because if they do comply and decide to breach US sanctions, then they have a twofold problem. Number one, they are at risk of being listed as a specially designated national, which obviously is a penalty that is frankly unpalatable for most companies. It is commercially, it would be commercially irresponsible for a company to take a decision which would present it with a very high risk of listing. And of course, there is also the more practical problem of finding a bank that is ready to comply with a direct and deliberate breach of US sanctions. And we're talking about Swiss banks, and of course we're very familiar with Swiss banks and the way that they operate, and the incredible due diligence, the teams of hard-working Swiss bankers that work through late nights and weekends, ensuring that they are compliant. And why do they do this? Because these sanctions are absolutely horrendously, the fines that we have seen imposed on Swiss banks in the past decade have included regular billion-dollar fines. You know, the fines are not small fry. One of the fines has caused the close down of the trade finance department, effectively of one of Switzerland's most well-known banks, rather tragically, because of course Switzerland has such a superb strength in this area.
Yeah, before to go ahead to the conclusion, I would like to involve Bryan just to give us a couple of points belong to your experience about contractual protection. I mean, how could contractual protection, of course, in a framework outside of sanction, okay? In a normal sanction, how could you suggest to arrange a contractual protection, talking about, for example, an arbitration clause, in order to, and then also, I mean, if you would like to suggest Geneva or London or different kind of jurisdiction or different kind of court, or not a court, but a private arbitration, in order to have a concrete protection to the interest investment of the contractual parties, and also in order to prevent any dispute.
Yeah, I think the key principles for any contractual negotiation is, first you look at the terms. You have to strike a balance between certainty and flexibility, because if it's too rigid and too certain, then it gives you very little room later on, whether there's a new sanction or new commercial risk, you have a high risk of breach. So you have to strike a balance between certainty and flexibility. And also in terms of the rights you have on paper, you can write whatever you want on a piece of paper, but whether it is enforceable or not, that is another question. And when it comes to enforceability, as Marcus mentioned, you have to think about whether you enforce it by way of court litigation or arbitration. And in international transactions, it's much more common to agree on offshore arbitration, because it gives you access to an impartial and independent tribunal who would adjudicate your disputes fairly and impartially. And popular choices would be Geneva, London, Paris, or in Asia you have Hong Kong or Singapore. And so my suggestion would be you think about carefully the terms you've put in your contract, and to put in a very secure dispute resolution clause. So when something goes wrong, then at least you have a fair panel or a fair or a well-trusted court which would adjudicate your dispute. Yeah.
Yes. One moment, she's coming. Thank you.
Hi, I'm from India. With respect to this specific question, doesn't it come down to enforceability at this country level? Like we could choose a safe jurisdiction like Singapore, London, Geneva, like you mentioned, but doesn't it come down to national level enforceability?
Yes, you have to think about that. And for example, in arbitration, it's well known there's the New York Convention, and I think you have 150 something states who are parties to the New York Convention. So they've signed up to the convention saying that they will enforce an award that is rendered in a convention jurisdiction. But in terms of the Caspian region, I can say Turkmenistan is the only country which is not party to the New York Convention, and I'm no expert on Turkmenistan law. I don't know how the National Court would enforce an arbitration award or not. But sometimes when investors, when they do a deal, they might choose litigation. For example, because litigation, the judgments are usually more easily enforceable as compared to a arbitral award, because a court would already have mandatory or powers to issue orders to, for example, confiscate property, or so it has more mandatory powers as compared to a tribunal. So this is something you need to weigh your options, whether you want to have arbitration but is harder to enforce, or you have litigation where a judgment is automatically enforceable without the need for recognition.
Sarah or Luka, you want to add something? Because it's a crucial point.
That was a very thorough answer of my colleague.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, the power of local enforcement. Very, very true.
In this framework, and according to you, the Caspian Arbitration Society announced yesterday, of course, talking about such a part of the world that is the much more interesting for everybody, at least in such a room. According to your feeling, such arbitration society could really support a sort of development of such countries and really attract investments? Or because we know that sometimes many solutions are just for involving just speculation for lawyers or for just it's a technicality. I would to understand how could we really give our point.
Yeah. Well, look, as Vitaly,
voilà.
as Vitaly mentioned, Vitaly Kozichenko, of course, spoke on the Caspian arbitration, the new framework last night, which I understand Guy Blackwood QC has also been very actively involved in drafting. And one of the features that I found very helpful in listening to that presentation on the rules is that part of the enforcement procedure involves urgent interim applications before the English courts, which I think is a helpful feature of the system, because obviously the English courts are incredibly responsive. Not to say that other courts aren't, but you can of course obtain an interim injunction over the weekend, as Vitaly was explaining, and I think that could indeed. I think enforcement is key to attracting investor participation in a region, and I think a tighter legal framework that assists participants in trading and in shipping and in other regional market activities could indeed assist to develop the economic growth within the Caspian region.
Okay, you know that we are in January 2019, then it's time for prediction. Then I'd like just to check if your point could be in reality next year. Doing a similar round table. Mm-hmm. What do you think, Luka?
About?
I mean, could such a solution work? I mean, this kind of Caspian arbitration society, or could be a solution talking about the countries involved? Yes, or do you agree with Sara?
The future will tell us. If users have to choose, of course, the rules of the Caspian Arbitration Society.
Okay, I mean, we could take a look about the future if our panelists are right or are wrong. I mean, going too fast, going ahead to the conclusion, I would like to ask a sort of prediction about sanctions.
Mm-hmm.
If, according to our panelists, and also taking a look, I mean, the general worldwide situation, in particular, so I'm thinking about you, I'm thinking about America.
Yeah.
What could happen in the next future, talk about sanction against Iran and sanction against Russia? Because they are, according to my feeling, they are very different. Please.
Well, we have seen, of course, continuing sanctions against Russia for events in the Ukraine. And although we've discussed at length today the rollback of sanctions against Groselj, subsequent to Oleg Deripaska withdrawing his ownership, reducing it doubtless to below 50%, as of course Gennady Timchenko did in order to release Gunvor from sanctions several years earlier. I don't think that the about turn on Groselj is necessarily going to lead to an about turn on other issues. I think we're going to see a continuing use of sanctions by the US against Russia in the way that it has. Perhaps it will be targeted in a way that is a little more discreet. Perhaps they won't target the world's largest aluminium producer in the future, as they've literally had to do an about face on that particular listing, the April 6 listing. Now on Iran, it will be very interesting to see how things develop. And I think the US response to the special purpose vehicle will be something to watch out for. It's, of course, it's been described as imminent, apparently, but it's been imminent for a while, I think. And the purpose of the EU's use of the special purpose vehicle, of course, is to keep Iran in the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. And the US itself is determined that its sanctions will be respected. So one thing one could imagine, depending how the future plays out, is that the special purpose vehicle might be created. We've heard perhaps France will host, and perhaps there will be a German operator. And then perhaps the US will allow that transaction to go on. Perhaps food and medicines will be permitted. Or one alternative scenario one could foresee is that the special purpose vehicle itself might be listed as an SDN. And that, of course, would mean that transacting through that vehicle would become even more unpalatable for banks.
And how could Brexit affect such a scenario?
The banks would, I think, in all probability, respect the listing and would refuse to process transactions, monies received from through to any listed entity. That would be my prediction.
Thank you, Sarah. In Swiss perspective, what do you think? Give us your prediction about the future.
My prediction is there will be no new Swiss sanctions, or very few.
A few sanctions, talking about Switzerland.
Very few. They won't follow the US approach, and in very limited cases, the EU approach.
I'd like also to ask to our guests if someone agree with our panelists, or if we have no questions and no suggestion, we could stop here the discussion.
We could take a vote on whether the audience thinks the special purpose vehicle is likely to succeed or not.
But actually, before the
so those who think it's going to succeed, raise your right hand. I'm not raising my right hand.
Sorry, maybe.
I just want to comment on the special purpose vehicle, because in investment arbitration, they've been used for a long time, but in recent years, without much success, because states are taking more of a substance over form approach? Because I'm not the expert on sanction, but from what I understand from your presentation, the use of a special purpose vehicle, in essence, you'd be complying with the letter of the law, but in form only. But in substance, you're trying to get around the sanction. And I think states are very good at reacting to that. When they see that there's a loophole where you're trying to take advantage of, so to speak, they will try whatever they can to plug that loophole. Because this is a trend that we can see in international investment arbitration, where states has really tightened the grip on the use of special purpose vehicle.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is potentially a loophole. Indeed, that is the purpose. The purpose is to step outside of the US sanctions, and that is what the EU Special Representative has made clear. Let's just complete that vote and see if anyone votes against. So we had one or two saying that they thought the SPV was going to succeed. Does anyone think it's unlikely to succeed? And let's define success as trading large volumes of Iranian crude through the special purpose vehicle. Yeah, I think we've got a few people who can see some problems with that, as I've discussed. So we'll have to watch this space, really.
And last word to everybody. I've got to understand. How far should go due diligence? Talking about commodity trading companies and banks in the framework of sanctions, and also generally speaking, because sometimes due diligence seems to be just a boring topic, something just to go ahead on the paper, and it's tough to understand if you could just stop your check, your due diligence to your contractual parties, or if you should go much more ahead in your examination, please.
Maybe I would like to say something on AI and machine learning in terms of compliance.
Could be a solution, but I wanted to have a general framework, to understand that if I give you an example, it's easier. Then you could add.
You go as far as you can. Know your customer, know your customer's customer. Ideally, know the ultimate beneficial owner. Yeah. You can obtain detailed structural charts from Orbis, for example. And of course, if you're not happy about your Iranian supplier or receiver, you can ask an Iranian lawyer to do a due diligence check on a local corporate company register, so that you can really go right back. But the other thing to remember is it's not just the banking channel and the client and the client's client, it's also the service providers in the chain. So you have to watch out for example, a rail authority that may be listed that's going to be transporting rail tank cars of product, because that can throw the whole deal off. And any other minor supplier, a listed Cuban shipping provider or Venezuela shipping operations provider can, a payment that doesn't comply, that's made in the wrong currency, that attracts sanctions at the wrong moment. It's really the full chain that you need to do your due diligence on, including, of course, your customer's bank and all the banks through the chain. And you need to go further than that. You need to think about insurance. So insurance is essentially prohibited in Iran now for trading.
You mentioned, Luka, about the artificial intelligence.
Yes.
How could digitization and artificial intelligence support such best practice in compliance?
So I think it would be a very helpful tool, especially in order to avoid false positives, as we call them. So for example, one SDN would be probably located in Germany, but he lives in a street whose name is Bagdadstraße. And because there is the Baghdad name in his address, there will be a red flag. So through machine learning and AI, I think the goal would be to avoid this kind of false positive and streamline the process of compliance.
Thank you. Please, just last word to everybody.
Last word, if I may, on Brexit, because sometimes people want to know what effect Brexit might have on sanctions. Almost all UN and EU sanctions are currently adopted in the UK through the directly applicable EU regulations. So Brexit will have a significant impact on sanctions in the UK in that the UK will naturally need a new legal framework to continue to enforce sanctions, which they'll need to adopt, whether they originate from the UK or from the UN, reflected into UK national legislation. But the key sanctions risks for businesses post-Brexit are that the UK regime may potentially add another layer of complexity because they may diverge, of course, they may take their own path and not follow EU sanctions, and where the UK itself independently decides to impose sanctions, it may do so quickly and suddenly and therefore create an extra layer of bureaucracy that banks and traders and service providers need to be acutely aware of.
Luka, final word on the two, really in 2 words, outline which one is the best word in order to mitigate sanction. Which one is the best point? It's prevention.
Prevention, absolutely. So a great compliance team must be put in place by companies, and then of course this compliance team would be in charge of instilling good practices within the company.
Bryan, I don't know if you would like just to close our panel.
Well, from the investor protection perspective, I think that I also use 2 words. So first, you look at the treaties available, try to get covered by an investment treaty, and if that's not possible, then you have to resort to your contract and you negotiate very robust and strong terms that are favorable to you.
Thank you. You could stop our discussion and update same panel to the next year in order to understand if our prediction and our suggestion, they really went in place. Thank you.
Last day of World Economic Forum. I see that some people already left because of the last day, so thank you for joining us. And thanks to Caspian Week for inviting us. And of course, thanks to our distinguished panelists for joining us. So today our panel discussion will be smart economy on blockchain, digital assets, digital identity, and regulations. So before I start this panel, I would like to introduce myself briefly and also ask my distinguished panelists to introduce themselves as well. So my name is Lily Zhao. I'm the Director of Ecosystem Growth at Neo Global Development. This is the entity that carries out the operations for the public blockchain Neo. So Neo is a smart contract platform. And about myself, I'm based in Zurich, and I studied economics at University of London and did my MBA at St. Gallen. So before joining the blockchain space, I was working in banking. So now I would like to Ronald to introduce yourself, then we'll continue all the panelists. Thank you.
Hi everybody, my name is Ronald Kogans. Yeah. I'm a Swiss lawyer with Rorip in Zurich. And I'm coming from the IT and technology law side and advising clients in new disruptive technology projects, currently in particular in connection with distributed ledger technology and also tokenizing of assets. Yes, that's about me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andres Moura. I'm project manager for Wisecoin and cryptocurrency at Wisekey. We're based in Geneva, and for almost 20 years, we've been in avant-garde of all the new technologies such as IoT, AI, machine learning. And this year, we're planning to put forth our advance in technology into the blockchain world. So I'm really happy to see you guys today.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Gasteiger. I'm a co-founder of 3 blockchain initiatives in Zurich. One is Trust Square, the biggest blockchain hub in the world by now. We have more than 40 startups working on the topic of blockchain in all the fields that you can imagine. My main job is CEO of Procevis, which is a company that is working with governments to digitalize services of governments, mainly digital identity, but also e-voting and all the other obvious use cases that blockchain technology makes sense for. And then I'm also co-founder of Verum Capital, which is an advisory company in the blockchain space, helping startups to basically raise capital through ICOs, STOs, and so forth.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Francesco. I'm a mechanical engineer by background. I did my MBA in the States. I started a mining farm that afterwards got acquired by an American company. Now I'm basically doing consulting for STO, more on the technical side. And a part of that, I'm based in Zurich, London, and New York.
Hi, I'm Banerjee. I think many of you know me, so I have a couple of hats. Today, the most relevant is InnMind. It's a kind of platform helping startups with fundraising. I'm also on the board of European Family Office Alliance, so we have like 200 families from the western or the German-speaking part of Europe. And I'm in a couple of think tanks advising governments in a couple of countries like Russia, United States, Armenia, and Switzerland on the policies. Basically, my interest or my angle is from the macroeconomics. And since last 1.5 years, I'm also in the blockchain field, advising in the blockchain policies. Yeah.
All right, first of all, thank you, audience. I think you're the most committed audience Friday afternoon last day to still be here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Caspian Week. I think you are the most vibrant tent of blockchain-related discussions over here. And thank you, Lily. You've been the best moderator, kept us coordinated. As much as Daniel, my previous moderator yesterday.
No, I'm under pressure.
Thanks for keeping us honest. My name's Gurvinder Ahluwalia. I'm the founder and CEO of Digital Twin Labs, based out of US, Dallas, Texas. Digital Twin Labs is focused on delivering strategy. We delivered strategy for large and small enterprises, and that is led by Frontier Technologies, of course spearheaded by blockchain, but also includes other components of technology that are in the frontier, specifically IoT, cloud, and increasingly AI and machine learning. So really the synthesis of those and how we bring those to the market and to clients are kind of the implementations and shaping of the strategy that we've done. Previously, I was the Chief Technology Officer for IBM North America for the blockchain, IoT, and cloud unit. Once again, thanks for having me on the panel.
Thank you very much, everyone. I would also like to mention that unfortunately we are missing one of our panelists. We're missing Karat from Astana International Financial Center. He's actually currently in a taxi here, and he's been trying to order taxi since 10:30. If he's stuck in one village, if we had known, we would have asked him to walk here. Probably would have been faster. So I hope he can join us soon. So now we'll kick off this panel discussion. So digital asset is a very broad term. Today we'll focus mainly on tokenization of assets. Even within this tokenization of assets, there's many different terminologies used by different people. So there's asset-backed tokens, and there's tokenized assets. So in case you think they are the same or you're confused, trust me, you're not alone. So luckily, we have a Swiss lawyer, not just anyone, but one of the most highly sought after in Switzerland. So Ronald, please, I'm quite pedantic, so let's define the terminology. What's asset-backed tokens? What is tokenized assets? Are they not the same? If they're different, what's the key difference? Are they both security tokens? And if not, then why not?
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Lily. So for me, there is, as Lily said, a clear distinction between asset token and asset-backed tokens. So if we're talking about asset tokens, this means that a physical asset, for example, a painting, which is non-fungible, will be tokenized. For example, if I have a Van Gogh painting and tokenize this painting into 8 tokens, which means the token itself represents a deed of joint ownership on the painting. Usually in these structures, then the painting is with a duty-free custodian at an airport, for example, and the token holders are all together joint owners, but for a specific physical asset. Then compared to these asset tokens, which by the way are not securities in my opinion, we have the asset-backed tokens, where the token represents a right against the issuer or someone else, a third party, to claim something. For example, an asset-backed token can be that the token represents stock in a company, but also stable coins where you have a right to exchange, for example, in US dollars or another currency or commodity that is underlying your token. Mm-hmm. So this means you not owning the commodities underlying the tokens, you just have a right, for example, to exchange in this commodity. So I think this is a very important distinction, because the asset tokens itself are, in my opinion, not securities, because you are a joint owner of the physical asset, but you're just using the blockchain technology and tokens to split the physical asset up and to make it more tradable than traded on a physical basis.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's very insightful, if anyone followed. And it's really fascinating because even in the blockchain space, everyone's using this term very loosely, very interchangeably. So earlier you mentioned asset tokens are not security tokens. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, that's correct, because usually if an asset token, it represents a very specific physical asset. And for a physical asset, you're not creating thousands of tokens. Mm-hmm.
But if you are creating thousands of tokens, you are doing a sales, public sales to these assets, then it is security tokens.
I mean, if you're creating thousands of tokens only for one specific asset, then maybe you have to argue against a financial market regulator that it's still not a security, because I mean, who want to be owner of 1,000 of a painting? But I mean, at the end, if you can argue that it's not a right, it's really a specific fungible, non-fungible physical asset, then I think you can still argue that it's not going to be a security.
Very interesting. Okay, so just for the record, here we'll use this term very loosely rather than very specific in a legal case. So now I'm really pleased Karat has joined us. So how long have you been trying to order a taxi? 4 hours, 3 hours?
Yeah, it's hard to order taxi here, especially if you are not in Davos particularly.
Okay.
Yeah, but I get.
Yeah, next
Sorry
time, just walk here.
Yeah, 2.5 hours, right?
Yeah. So we just started the panel, and you're not too late. Maybe brief introduction of yourself and also Astana International Financial Center.
Yeah, my name is Karat Khalif. I'm managing director at AIFC. It's Astana International Financial Center. It's a newly launched jurisdiction based on English common law, which is quite new on post-Soviet countries.
Mm-hmm.
And so our main target is to develop financial services and attract foreign investors through this jurisdiction. Our main pillars is capital markets, private equity, asset management, Islamic finance, and of course fintech. And in terms of fintech, of course, it's blockchain and this like cryptocurrency tokenization. We are developing a regulation on it, and have.
Good to hear that. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. So now let's turn to Andreas, and we discussed the terminology, but now let's talk about the actual use case of STO, security token offering. So Andreas, you are the second generation of a very successful family business, which is listed on the SIX stock exchange, WiseKey. So now you also set up a separate legal entity called WiseCoin AG. So the WiseCoin will be launching a security token offering. So what is the rationale behind this decision? And in comparison to the traditional fundraising method, what made you decide to choose STO?
Thank you very much. As you said, yeah, thank you. We're planning to launch our STO this year for WiseCoin. And
so STO, yeah.
STO, yeah, that's it, yeah, STO, oh, sorry. STO, because as you may know, today to launch your own IPO revolves around a lot of regulation, and it's really a big barrier for a lot of small startups or like teams who want to develop their ideas and raise funds around those projects.
Yeah.
So nowadays, no one's interested in launching their own IPO. Like the regulations are too strong, and the investors as well, the new generation, they're not following IPOs anymore.
Yeah.
They're on STOs, because STOs, what's beautiful about it is that you're giving away so those assets, those truly assets, you're giving a security to those investors. And those investors, they're really attracted by the simplicity of the STO.
Yeah.
Everyone could, like, with the regulation in place, be able to put forth and raise funds for this STO. I think it's a great idea, and I think it's the beautiful of it's like an decentralized world to have those STOs going on.
So this STO, are you planning to do a public sale, or is only open to institutional sale?
So in the first time for us at WiseCoin, we're looking for private sale, of course. We have already localized a few really potential investors. We'd like not to talk too much about our own project, because we like to keep the surprise effect if possible. But as of right now, we're looking to tokenize about 25% of the whole stock value of their company.
Yeah.
And if the raise funds are enough, we might not go to the ICO phase, because you may know, the STO, the open sale of the STO will be,
public sale.
Today it's really complicated with the FINMA. They're really kind of slow to respond. I'm sure like they're doing their best, but there's a lot of work, there's a lot of demand to STOs on the market. So that's why we'll eventually to stay on private if possible.
And how much do you plan to raise in this STO?
So we're looking about the 25 to 30 million, because we have this unique project that we really focus on, which is the WiseCoin project.
Yeah.
We really have a big knowledge on IoT and semiconductors from WiseKey. We've been huge on the digital identity, and we really believe that all items should have their own digital identity through their ecosystem. So the idea is that with WiseCon, you will be able to have a network of all those items that will be connecting for each other through this identity and be mostly secure, because nowadays you cannot be trusting any other items which is behind this cloud, you know?
Yeah.
So we really truly believe that with WiseCoin, with the experience we gathered at WiseKey, and with the help of blockchain, DLTs, and decentralized ledgers, really to put forth this new generation of security items.
Because, you know, WiseKey, this is the parent company, which is a listed company.
It is.
And now with WiseCoin, you issue a separate security token.
Yeah.
How does this affect your shareholder of WiseKey? Is there any relation between these two entities and also their respective shareholders or token holders?
Yeah, so it has been a big problem. Like, we really try to separate closely the shareholders from WiseKey and the new shareholders we come for WiseCoin, because we're planning to, we already, as you said, in the Swiss stock exchange market, and we're planning to launch our own IPO for WiseKey this year in NASDAQ and in the American market. But as you may know, Americans, they may, you know, be wary of what we're trying to do with tokens. So we don't want to, you know, like be trying to create fear or anything in this new market war. So we're really trying to separate, like, really distinctly those two sales that we're doing. So we're planning to do our own IPO for WiseKey as soon as possible. And when we're forthcoming, we'll be focused mostly on the STO for WiseCon. So there will not be a issue related.
Yeah. Thank you. Then now let me jump to Ben, because Andreas, as you mentioned, for your security token offering, you mainly look at private sale, institutional clients. So Ben, among his many important hats, such as consulting world leaders, he's also the board member of European Family Office Alliance. So I was quite curious, you know, how much being a former banker, I was thinking, wow, this Family Office Alliance, how much money they have? What's the assets under management? But of course, I know this could be confidential information. So if you could, then give us some context of this alliance, if you could. If not, jump straight to the next question. So when you talk to this traditional money, big money, could be like hundreds of billions with such a family office alliance. So what's their interest level and investment appetite for blockchain technology or tokenized assets? So I say interest level and investment appetite, because these two are different. Yeah. Like currently, everyone's interested in blockchain technology. Everyone's talking about tokenized assets. But token is different from investing. And we're all interested in things, new technology, things we don't understand. But investing is buying into this. So when you talk to this institutional money, are they investing or not? If not, then what's the barrier? What's their concerns?
I think you asked quite a lot of questions. I'll try to remember them.
You have some time. Yes.
So basically, I'm talking about families like the Rockefellers, families from the Nordics, from West Europe, Germany, Netherlands, whether you call them the Brennick-Myers or whatever.
Yeah.
There's a lot of factors going on. For example, to start with, today was a depressing day. There was a news that in Switzerland and in Liechtenstein, in the last 3 months, among the 500 biggest blockchain companies, they have lost their value with more than 50% in 3 months. So the valuation has reduced from 44 billion to 20 billion. This really makes it a very tough selling job to sell to the old traditional money who are quite very risk averse.
Yeah.
But on the other side, the positive is that the old money, the traditional money, they think long term. Because these are generally third generation, fourth generation, sixth generation. They are not very much stuck to what is going to happen tomorrow or in a month. Yeah. They're looking long term. So that's one variable. Other variable is the age factor. The younger generation is much more technology affluent. They know much more about what they're doing, where they're investing money, and things like that. And I think the third point, which is also becoming slowly very important, is the thematic. The old money, they are very much, especially the millennium generation, especially the new generation, they're looking at the theme. which theme are you investing in? What is the theme? For example, ICOs are quite, at this moment, doing bad. I mean, I can speak for Switzerland.
Yeah.
But 2 or 3 weeks ago, one of the ICO was a very big success in Zug because it was in the alternative energy. So that's what I meant by theme. So these are a lot of variables which are playing. So if your first question is about interest, yes, there is definitely interest, and I have been seeing it in the last 1.5 years. 1.5 years ago, if I would speak about blockchain. And another problem with blockchain is people often associate blockchain with cryptocurrency. The moment you say that, they go like this. Now, they're getting more and more interested. Even the older generation, even they are coming up with, what is this thing, to be invested. So interest level is there. How much they're really investing, that's still depressing.
Yes.
They're still very small. I think it will take time to mature.
Yeah, but even for such traditional old money to invest 1% of the hundreds of billions AUM, then we'll see significant positive impact in this space. So we're counting on you for the work. And so Andreas, you should talk to Ben afterwards. And if you raise money through Ben, and I will take my card. Yeah. So now let's turn back to Daniel. And Daniel, he launched a very successful ICO last year. And the interesting thing about this ICO is that he probably refused more money than he accepted. And it's one that ICO has been held as a role model, refused to do lots of social media splashed out everywhere. So you did ICO in 2018. And then today, when you look at the ICO, STO space, then what advice would you give to people who are trying to raise money in this method?
So basically be serious, and exactly what you said, what we didn't do is go out and sell the world something that we could not deliver, but be serious about the project that you're actually raising capital for. Be serious about the chances that you're actually successful with that thing, because I think the raising money through an ICO or an STO nowadays is not something new. It's something like what you've been doing as a startup all the time. You have to have a business plan, you have to have a conviction into your project that you're doing, and you need to sell that in a serious way. It's just a different way of raising it from people. You have much more audience. Obviously, you don't go through VCs, have individual meetings. You have basically the world at your hand that you can raise money from. And so it's a question of being serious. And what we see with Verum Capital, which is basically the company we founded after we did our ICO, which we called at the time the gold standard here in Switzerland when it comes to how to run an ICO with full KYC, with full AML checks, with a fully self-regulated entity, being not overly promising, not using social media channels left, right, and center to promise things that you cannot deliver. So with that experience, we then basically built a company called Verum Capital, and since then go on to actually do the work like this. And what has changed is now you cannot go out and put a white paper on a website and expect to raise money from that. So you will really need to go back much more to the individual discussion level with professional investors, basically people that are doing this very actively and professionally. So going more closely to the old school VC equity raise model. And so most of the things we see at Verum Capital, it's all about private sale. You go to people, you basically don't even publicly announce that you're raising capital through an STO, but you do this in a private placement mechanism, and that's, I think, has changed. So I think an ICO, the way we did it even, is a thing of the past. It's just changed when it comes to the way of doing a professional fundraising.
Great. Yeah, speaking of the professional fundraising, I just see the Vetri Foundation. The Vetri is a project that Daniel is talking about. The president of the Vetri Foundation is there, and yes. So if anyone who has questions regarding the ICO and how they're doing, and you can also approach this. Monica and Eve sitting in the audience. Yes. So now my next question is to Francesco. Francesco, you have been a consultant to projects end-to-end services. from smart contract auditing to token economics.
Yeah.
So how have you seen the, in terms of service you are offering, the demand from your client? How have you seen this changed from the days of ICO hype to today calmer, more realistic approach?
Yeah, definitely the target from soft and dark hub is definitely changed it. Yeah, and
Does that mean you're making less money?
yeah, but you need to be more concrete and practical. I think on what is really your value proposition and how you structure your token economics. Mostly of the business that we consulting are traditional, and after like 30 years they have a positive cash flow and they would like to start and raising money. Yeah, the goal is always to have a business model that create an ecosystem where you create value, not just raising. But keeping it short, I think you really need to think about your ecosystem, and in general, don't just go to an STO. I mean, there are extremely a lot of valuable VC. I mean, you can still go fundraising and then going for a private placement afterwards.
Yeah, it's different stage and different purpose of fundraising with different methods. Yeah.
Yes.
Great, thank you. And now let's turn to Kairat. So you mentioned that there's a new financial center which was set up last year, a new financial center. One of the priority sector is fintech and blockchain technology, crypto assets. So what is the policy there, and how would you encourage that blockchain and crypto projects go to Astana to set up offices there?
Yeah. First of all, our position is that we have to regulate this sphere. Even if you are just trading crypto, there are minimum requirements for KYC AML. And so in terms of doing this business, like clearly working with financial institutions, and show it on your balance, for example. So you have to have rules from government side. And we last year we have developed a framework of crypto regulation in order to regulate these activities. And this year we are developing crowdfunding and STO regulation for this kind of fundraising. Here we think that STO and crowdfunding, different forms of crowdfunding, it should be regulated to make these issuers act more responsibly. And at the same time not to like push them and and from one side it's to protect consumers and investor rights. From the other side, not to let this business be like pushed and over-regulated from government side. So, and we are trying to find this balance, and we are developing a regulation with EBRD, with helping of EBRD and law firms, and so we hope to build like light version of stock exchange in order to raise money through STOs.
Great. As you mentioned, there's really fine balance between regulations, policy to protect the vulnerable and at the same time do not stifle innovations. Thank you. So now let's turn to Gurvinder. Gurvinder is the expert behind the Digital Twins Lab. It's an initiative that he started, and Digital Twin is quite a fancy name, and what I understand is the replicate of the physical asset. This asset, be it people, objects, process, and so can you elaborate what is Digital Twin and how this is being used in the blockchain space? And if you have any, I know you consult many projects, and can you give us example of success and failure case?
There are more failures than successes. If I were to rename digital twins, it would be digital triplets.
Yeah.
We actually have 3 sons, and 2 of them are twins, and the third one always asks me why he's not represented in the name of the company. But the idea of digital twins, in fact, there are 3 aspects to it. The notion, not so much the company, of course, it motivates how we approach in the work that we do, is fundamentally 3 flows I think the world grapples with. And that is the physical flow, it's the digital flow, and it's the payment flow. And the world is broken across these 3 flows. And that's not a good or bad statement, that's the state of affairs. And we are now poised as a technology disruption industry, and a technology consumption industry, and a technology regulated industry, whichever way and discipline you want to come at it from, we are poised to try to bring those 3 aspects together. So it is a very, very difficult task. And I think so let me segue kind of that rubric into more of the architecture thinking, which is the DNA that my career comes from. There are really a separate set of 3 things that we are all dealing with. Okay, so let me put that in perspective, and I'll go to the extent when you interrupt me, I'll go as deep as you desire.
Yeah.
Real 3, one is there is a protocol and a platform layer, right? That's the core. You can't start without that, and these are also in sequence. The other is the application or the marketplace layer. And then the third is the crypto-economic layer. Now, those 3 are not all essential. The first one is essential, otherwise you're not in this business, in the decentralized business. The second one, of course, is where the business value is. There is no business value in having just an underlying protocol. The third one is optional, which is the whole discussion around tokens. And that is whether you want to have an intrinsic model of tokens in your solution or in your n-dimensional marketplace or in your product, whatever you want to call it. There are probably other economic models on how you will sustain your business, and that's fine. I'll close with a last set of comments, which will tag team a little bit on the terminology question that you raised to Ronald, and that is to clarify a little bit more around tokens. If you want to understand tokens, you have to understand 2 things before that. It's a prerequisite. One is you have to understand network platforms and network effects. I'll state a few lines on each of these in just a moment. The other is you have to understand decentralization. Real briefly, what do I mean? So if you look at the chronology, there's something called network effects, and there's a law around it called Metcalfe's law. How many of you ever heard of it? Metcalfe's law basically states that the value of a platform, the utility of a platform, is directly proportional to the square of the number of participants in it. Basic network. That's also how Ethernet works. When e-marketplaces came around in e-commerce, another law was raised called Reed's law. I'll be honored if somebody of you have heard of Reed's law. Anybody? And in that, the value of the network is exponentially related to the number of participants.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I gave you those 2 descriptions is because we need a similar third description in order to understand tokens. Tokens are on a network effect, but they have what has been described by the person who coined this name, I believe his name is Nick Soman, and that it has a double effect. So you're not just tracking the utility value of the network as the number of participants go up, you are tracking 2 things in a token network. And this is really key takeaway that I'd like you to leave with. You're tracking the financial utility and you're tracking the application utility. So you're now dealing with 2 curves and the effect of those 2 curves on the number of nodes of the participants on it, right? So most of the quote-unquote madness around tokens and ICOs, or you can call it STOs, and whatever the next thing is going to be after that, is because there has been more attention to the financial value of tokens as opposed to the application value of tokens. So there has to be a little bit better rebalancing of those two utilities in order for the industry to arrive at the next phase, if I may. Again, I never make good or bad characterization. I'm making characterization of the state of the affairs and our collective maturity in taking this forward. Let me just stop over there and come back to you later.
Yes, it's very, very interesting in theory, and I believe that in the blockchain space, I'm quite pragmatic. So we have lots of interesting theory and academia, and it's something we can talk about. But this space is in nascent technologies, and I believe knowledge comes from learning by doing. So can you give me, you mentioned lots of failure case, can you maybe give me a concrete example of industry use case, and then very concrete?
So first of all, I want to defend a little bit myself that it's not just theory, because I think one of the things we have to give attention to is that there has to be fundamental economics. There's no economist on the panel? Okay, there you are. There has to be fundamental economic theory.
I think, I also study economics.
Oh, there you are.
And what I can say is I'm not a good student, so okay. Most things we study in economics is you use very complicated mathematical theory to prove something actually is a lot is quite common sense. That's not to say economics is not useful, but that's also a joke I like it when they talk about economics. For economics to study horses, they don't go to the field to examine horses. They just sit in a study room, they assume they are horses, and that's the conclusion they make.
All right, I'll grant you that. I'm not an economist, so I can't defend any economics really. So I come from the technology side. So back to the central question that you have. From my direct experiences, right?
Yes, because you consulted a few projects and
most of my
implement this. So what are the concrete use case, failure and success?
Most of my work has been in the enterprise space, large enterprise spaces. I'll cite to you a few of that works, and then one of that, and then separately more on the at least one example on the startup space. I haven't been in the ICO space per se. The enterprise space, there are two examples where tokenization of the networks, and both of these are supply chain cases, by the way. Most of my work has been, for Digital Twin Labs, has been in supply chain, financial services, fintech, and IoT, and increasingly in the autonomous vehicle, automotive mobility space, not just automotive, but mobility, which includes drones and other mobility elements. There are at least two examples that I'll share with you, both of which happen to be in the supply chain, but both of them also happen to be in the enterprise space. One of them is for tokenization of a marketplace for aviation parts. And the other one is for, let's just say, earth-derived materials and the global trade and supply chain for that industry, right? So those are two very different examples, but they're in the same domain, that is supply chain. Both of them are at a stage of experimentation where the underlying, meaning the platform has been proven, the application has been proven, they're in a state of experimentation as far as the tokenization of it has to become pervasive. Why did we introduce tokenization into large enterprises? The single most important problem that tokenization solves for these two of my experiences, of my clients, is it provides an incentive and a realignment mechanism in bringing the ecosystem of their participants together. Otherwise, enterprises, large ecosystems are basically pulled apart on who will going to control it, right? So the word control is an antithesis in a world of decentralization. So the allocation of the tokens, and another point I will add to the practices in it, none of those initiatives were successful, or we did not even attempt to create them within the existing legal entity of those enterprises. So they were taken out as separate ventures that were created, more in the foundation model, so that there is neutrality in the marketplace for the provenance and authenticity of aviation parts.
So if you
and
have
for the
to
other
like summarize
you have to separate it out.
Okay.
The cultures of large enterprises that want to go for tokenized based marketplaces are too strong.
Yeah.
And you know, as they say, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So you have to basically create separate legal entities in order to make this practical and real.
So in terms of failure points, and if you just three points.
The failure point,
very concrete, 3 points.
The failure point is around the whole regulatory framework of these ventures and the tokens for this.
Okay.
Both of these are well, one is entirely U.S. based. Of course, they're all global. The other one is European based, but of course, presence in U.S. as well. And a lot of the entities are, in this case, are regulated by U.S. jurisdiction.
Interesting.
And there are two basic tests. One is the Howey test, right? Ronald can probably speak to it more. But I mean, increasingly, there is a new one. Let me just state this. We can go into it if you like.
Yeah.
And that is called the InnMind standard of tokens, which is recently being advanced and tested.
Yeah. Very interesting. I think you have so much knowledge. We could pick your brains on this topic, for a whole another panel.
Smarter people are to my left.
Yeah. So now I want to attach another topic of the smart economy. We're talking about tokenization of assets, but without digital identity, and this is very hard to implement. Digital identity is the bridge between the online world and our real world. And here, Daniel, he's very much an expert in this topic. And before I ask you further, first, again, terminology. So everyone's talking about digital identity in the blockchain space. So first, what is digital identity? And what is digital identity on blockchain? And what is self-sovereign identity? And its respective development. So you have 3 minutes, don't worry. Don't have to.
Go, Daniel.
Yes.
Okay, let's start. First of all, digital identity, I think it's a way to represent what you're in the physical world as a person or as an object in a way that makes it unique and that it can be identified through attributes that are assigned to you and only you. So that's the digital identity when it comes to the definition as I see it. Then digital identity in a blockchain at the moment is just a way to actually represent these attributes individually on a blockchain as what is called decentralized identifiers at the moment. There's a standard being developed called DIDs. That's the big missing piece on the internet at the moment, that you can actually attach an identity to an object or a person on the internet and then make it transferable. I guess that's what Andreas talked about it before as well, across different units of be it a website or be it a transaction that you need to authenticate yourself with. And then self-sovereign identity is something totally new. That's the biggest hype. I think this year's hype is going to be self-sovereign identity.
Only you are doing
3 minutes already?
Oh, no.
Okay. Self-sovereign identity is basically the next level. So you basically at the moment get issued an identity, be it by a government, be it by your bank when you do KYC. In the future, the idea is that you actually manage your own identity in a self-sovereign way, so that you actually decide yourself who you are. Obviously, you need to find people to attest for you that you are who you claim to be. And that identity then is actually getting a reputation based on people that acknowledge and attest for your identity as per your own definition. And then that identity has to be manageable by yourself as per the standard definition. So you and only you actually manage the identity. You actually share information from that identity with somebody if you choose to do so. And you can actually also reject and basically reclaim identity information from somebody, third party. In Europe, we see the GDPR law going in that direction. So the right to be forgotten, for instance, if you're a client of a company, or for that matter with Facebook, you can actually go back to Facebook now and say, I want to be forgotten, delete everything that you have on me, and that's actually law now, which is going in the direction of self-sovereign identity for the future.
Great. I'm really excited to see the further advancement of digital identity, because this is a key element of digital assets and a smart economy. Ronald, I would like to have legal point of view on digital identity. And then, Ben, you want to comment on something?
I just wanted to add to
please.
Daniel's, because when I was in Armenia, I was talking the same with the government there. They are thinking very strongly about applying. But what is, with the digital identity, what I always say is don't take the rules and regulations that already exist in normal paper identity to cut and paste and copy it into digital. That will not work. Secondly, what I have issue is the ownership. Who is going to own that identity? Is it going to be the person who has the identity, or is it the government or some central authority? There is regulatory criteria. What criteria should that identity fulfill to become an accepted digital identity, for example, with financial institutions or whatever? And the last was the administration. Who administers this, or where it is administered, or who controls it? I think these are also very important factors which policymakers should look into before they take or accept something as an official digital identity.
Well, identity is such a complex topic. I mean, it can be a very philosophical discussion in itself. So there's a famous quote from a Kenyan philosopher who said, "I am because we are, and we are because I am." And so if you take it to that level, who owns identity, the government issuing identity, is that right or wrong? It's definitely a question of the context. I mean, we are here in Switzerland, I'm Swiss. I'm very much happy that the government of Switzerland issues my identity, and I'm proud of that. But probably in other cases it's not obvious that, and we are working with a project with the Rohingya refugees that don't have an identity at all because they've been taken it away by Burma some 20 years ago. And so it's very philosophical, and then we have a legal discussion about this topic as well. So it's very complex and warrants a panel for itself if you just start with definitions about it.
So, Ronald, would you like to complicate it further, a complicated topic?
I mean, from a legal perspective, of course, it's data protection is one point, and I think the challenge there is everyone talks about you have to own your data again and get back your data, but the problem is that data is non-rivalrous, which means if I disclose my personal data to you, I cannot get back the control of it, so you can share it with whomever you want. It's not the same if I give you my iPad, because if you give it to me back, I know I have it back, but with data I don't know if you still have a copy or not. So I think this is a big challenge, and there with an identity on the blockchain, at least you can have a track where the verifiers of your data are going and in which direction, and maybe this gives some kind of control over the data, even though it's not the same like with physical assets. And I think this is something very important, especially in terms of data protection. And then on the other hand, as Danny just mentioned, I think that the great thing about these identities is that in countries where people don't have an identity, they can get an identity even though they haven't got one from an authority, but they have an identity because the people around this person know this person, can verify this person, and create an identity by trust of third parties without having the trust of an authority. And I think this is a general very interesting aspect of decentralization, by giving the people back some kind of power instead of just have everything dictated by the authorities. But of course, I mean, it's a very challenging line, and it must be well balanced between the power of the people and the power of the government.
Yeah, can I add something? I think you're saying a really good point, Ronald. I would like to say something. You're speaking about data, right? And I'm very bullish on identity being self-ownership. But when we're speaking about data in general, for example, being self-owner of your private key, any storage decentralized value, what I think we are assuming always in this space that people won't own their private keys. And my personal opinion is that the people are not, I mean, the public is not, doesn't have the auto-discipline to be a self-custodial. That's why people, for example, for password, are going to lastpass.com and not having their password on a paper. That's why, like, I think maybe because the system is maybe too much, there is too much fraction to do that, and the user journey is not easy. But regulation for sure are not helping in that space.
But if I may add to this point, that's nothing to do with identity. Private key management is the one single biggest issue with blockchain getting mainstream. Everything depends on your private key being stored and safely managed by yourself at the moment, or by some custodians that are more and more becoming available as well. But that's exactly the reason why nothing really gets, in a broader sense, developed with blockchain, because that's the key one issue. I think it's solvable because it's ultimately a question. You have your PIN code for your bank card, you have your password for your email address. Some way, one way or another, you can manage this also in the future in a decentralized fashion. That's what we are doing with obviously decentralized applications, with being apps on a smartphone that you can recover and have it saved storedly as well at the custodian that you choose to do so. That's the real key problem to solve for blockchain technology to be successful with the wider audience, I think.
So you're saying that mass adoption is dependent
on the private key management?
Definitely, yeah.
So Daniel raised a very interesting topic. So how do we drive mass adoption? What are the main drivers? We talk a lot about blockchain technology. Everyone agree there's a huge potential, but currently we don't really have mass adoption yet, far from it. So let's start from the governor. So what do you think are the main driver factors to push and help mass adoption?
Of blockchain?
Yes, blockchain technology.
So I think that in terms of development blockchain technologies, most of them, as it was mentioned here, that wasn't, for example, connected with even Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So most of blockchain technologies should not be regulated. It's just technology, so you can use it or not. From the other side, blockchain technology is very interesting because it's probably the first technology which was financed by itself, by like cryptocurrency market. Mm-hmm. And most of blockchain projects have been financed by, for example, Bitcoin itself. It was financed by like issuing Bitcoin itself and developing. The same thing with ICOs, which were popular in 2017, for example. And now we see development of the sphere and moving to more regulated markets, especially when it comes to customers and investors, as I mentioned. And I think that now we see that there is a demand for this services and technology and these special platforms for rising, for trading, etc. From the other side, we have ready-to-go projects. Some of them are running, but out of regulation and like in clouds, without any connection with financial institutions and government. But I think that missing thing, and which is like moving slowly than technology and demand, is governmental regulation. First of all, because of conventional financial sector, and this sphere is like dealing with people's money and assets, etc., and it's a very big responsibility. Mm-hmm. That's why government usually moving slowly. Mm-hmm. And that's why, for example, we didn't touch our central bank, which works with conventional banking services, and we established a separate regulator in order to develop forward-looking financial services, and we created a sandbox to test this regulation, how it works, if we can protect customers, how can we help to develop the startups and new projects, etc. So I think that everything is ready, and we need kind of regulation, regulation is not like just government telling how to do. It's regulation, it's an agreement between, for example, issuers and investors, between customers and product. It's just an agreement, and customers and product developers have to feel like secure, have to feel have to feel like sure that it will work and everybody is protected and so nobody get like hurt. As we see, for example, we saw ICOs, a lot of ICOs. I was myself involved in one ICO, and I saw that more than 90% of ICOs like failed, and most of them failed because it's fraud. And this is like not good thing, and it's
absolutely. I totally share your sentiment. I think regulations, when some people in the crypto blockchain space, when they think of regulations, they automatically think, oh, you know, it's stifle innovation. But actually, I look at regulation very positively. And there's regulation there's difference between the regulation for blockchain technology and there's regulation that to limiting the destructive power of capital deployment in unregulated markets, as you know, Karai said. For instance, China is a good example. Everyone knows China banned ICO, but China is extremely supportive of blockchain technology. So the banning of ICO, even day one, I thought it was a good thing, because if you have a ICO raising hundreds of millions but not regulated, then there are lots of gullible and vulnerable investors. If they get scammed, where do they go for legal protection? And even the laws could, you know, do not even have in place to maybe punish these wrongdoings, because strictly speaking, it's not fundraising involving in fiat. So they might even get away for regulatory loophole. So I totally share your sentiment. Regulation for blockchain technology and regulation that limiting the destructive power of capital. I see.
May I add that in terms of that regulation, like blocking development of technology or business, I would say that we are very much requested to develop this regulation from business side. A bunch of cryptocurrency exchanges, STO platforms, even miners, they come to us and like when they see that we have developed something, this framework, they are very glad and they offer their support and help to develop like more deep regulation.
Good, very, very promising. So I hear lots of comments on that side, please. Yes.
I'm only going to state we should stop talking about ICOs because they are dead. Daniel's made great money and I love him.
So did you say ICO are dead?
Yeah, right.
Okay, we're going to argue on that.
All right, great, and that's exactly the discussion and the debate that's important. I think the attention towards tokens is not so much towards ICOs. The attention towards tokenization and the crypto economics and the architecture underneath of it is towards a new model of capital formation, which is not available in existing enterprise or innovation. I think the attention is towards alignment of ownership of marketplaces and future solutions with the consumption of it, and those are historically two separate things, resulting in misalignment, and those are now in a tokenized world, one and the same thing. And then the last thing I would say for tokenization is what I was saying previously, so I won't dwell on it, and that is the financial value of it as well as the utility value of it to be considered in balance.
If I can add something, like I don't think that we are really ready for the next wave. I mean, if you're looking from the technology perspective, the infrastructure is not there. If you look at the regulation, people are forcing ecosystem that are built on utility to securities. So just two quickly statement. I just wanted to do it shortly.
Thank you.
Please.
I just wanted to add it to your comment on China. It's very true. The reason they banned it, because we were working with the policymakers, is the main reason was to protect the internal investors. That was the main idea. But what they found out, I'm sure you're aware of it, is that it did not reduce, it did not kill, it did not even reduce the business. It just pushed the business overseas.
Yes, you do have a point. It's true. It did not stop, but at least it didn't. It helped to reduce the potential level of scam projects, let's say. So with banning of ICO, if some people are still contributing, still an issue ICOs, and at least if something happens, they cannot go on the street to do mass protest. And that's even before the ICO. That's cases of some illegal fundraisings. And then when people make money and you don't hear about it, when they lose money and they go straight on a protest. So I would say it's really the rules to really protect vulnerable investors. Of course, it cannot stop it, no, but it would help to reduce the disruptive power of misabuse of capitals.
Yeah. But the question, if I can come back to the core question, was adoption and how blockchain will be more adapted going forward, if I remember correctly, no?
Sorry?
Talking about ICOs at the moment, but the question was really about blockchain technology, how
oh yes, exactly. Yes, we just diverted.
And I think it's a question of the first and most important thing is education. It's all about education. There's so much misconception still when it comes to what is blockchain. Most of the people probably here in Davos still think of blockchain equals Bitcoin and Bitcoin equals drug money and laundering. And so it starts on that level to actually explain the technology, what it is all about. And the core concept of the technology is decentralization. Decentralization means there's less intermediaries, there's much more efficient processing of whatever it is going to be in the future. That means it needs business education. What does it mean to have financial services with less intermediaries, much more efficient ways of capital management, much more ways of actually making sure things are actually done properly. So that needs education in the business context as well. And then regulation needs to be there in order to underwrite these new business models that will come about. So it's all a question of education. And then technology needs to be scalable. That's the next problem.
And I was just going to that question next, is that what you asked, how to bring it in the mass. So what he said is completely correct, what Daniel said. What I do is I always, because I try to anticipate the future, so I always look from history. I come from Netherlands, and what they did, they used to have this PIN, you could make payments with your PIN card. And then they came up with this chip knip. So that was something that you can play small amounts. There was nearly nobody accepted it. The public didn't take it. There was no adoption. Till what they started doing is they started cutting the use of the existing app and increasing the price of it, that slowly people really started moving into this quick, this non-PIN payment system. So what I would say is use the existing functionality or app, complement it with a new blockchain application technology, and then slowly start increasing the price of transaction of the existing app. Then you will have a mass adoption. But for that, you need the support of the authorities. And I mean, if you look at emails that took over the actions of post office, or if you take the Skype that took over the actions of telephone. So these are existing. So the only way to do it is work complementary and then slowly take place. That will that will help in mass adoption.
Just a little segue. I wanted to come back to the identity point and share some color on it. Are we on a different floor? Or,
I think really.
Where would you like to take the discussion, Lily?
We don't have lots of time left.
Okay.
And you have so much knowledge in all these topics. I would really love
totally fine. Totally.
Maybe one day we have a separate panel on those topics, and I can pick your brains.
I probably missed the prep.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
So to touch upon the topic of regulations, I also want to comment from my personal views. I think there are two key elements for mass adoption, in my personal opinion. So one, I think, is simplicity, because now everyone thinks about the blockchain, smart contracts. It is so complicated. It is for tech-savvy people, and it should not be the case. For instance, NEO is a smart contract platform. Everyone thinks about smart contract is something complicated, and I like to use the Nick Szabo. He's one of the cryptography. He used the analogy of smart contracts with a vending machine. His vending machine is the simplest smart contract. And you put a coins, you get a selection of your drinks and you get it. If you put more coins, you get the changes. So its automation is like a smart contract. So to me, it's a simplicity. Because if people have to spend hours to figure out something, it's not because people are not tech savvy, it's because we're all short of time. So it needs to be really, really simple to use. So this is one. And the second one is regulations. I'm in favor of regulations because for any technology, it just cannot have mass adoption if you are operating on a regulatory gray zone. It needs to be very clear from regulatory point of view. And Ronald, do you want to comment on this, mass adoption?
Yeah, I mean, for me, blockchain or distributed ledger technology enters into mass adoption when I'm using the technology without knowing it.
Yes.
And the technology will be used if it creates efficiency, and I can benefit of these efficiencies in the background, but I don't know that I use the technology. And I have a little bit a different approach regarding regulation. I mean, regulation is something good, but we have to be very careful because even if you look at the report from the Federal Council in Switzerland about blockchain technology, which is, I think, more than 160 pages, the report talks about what happens in the past, in the last 2 years. But if you are in the community and talk to people, especially to tech people, they are already 2 or 3 years ahead. And everything that is in this report is not covered what happens in the next year. So I think if you talk about regulation, it always has to be on a technology neutral basis. And coming back to tokens, if you're using a token to do something or using a paper, it doesn't matter. At the end, the question is, what kind of behavior do you want to regulate or not? And therefore, I think it's still time to watch and to learn. What you can do is, as a regulator, this is my opinion, to give guidelines, to show how you think that law should apply to what happens on the market. But creating new regulation is very critical because you don't know if you're creating a regulation that is already outdated when you're going to release it.
Very good point, yeah. Anyone else want to comment on regulations?
No, I can add that we need smart regulation because right now there is a lot of smart people that are going back to the academia. Why? Because the system is forced to securitizing things, and the first approach was to build an ecosystem to have utility. There are different projects on that. I can mention numerous of that, but. And that's what I'm mostly afraid of, that with those regulations in place, we are cannibalizing the ecosystem how is intended and built today.
Thank you. This gives me a chance to finish, this thread gives me a chance to finish the previous 2 comments.
2 minutes.
Sure. One of the supply chain implementation work I was talking about, the 3 challenges around that, of course, were around getting the ecosystem aligned. Regulatory was the other one. And then the design of the token as far as the functionality is concerned is the 3rd challenge around that. Let me come back to the regulatory part specifically. I mentioned something previously called the InnMind standard of tokens. Go take a look at it. But basically, it defines a level of decentralization. So when I said, to understand tokens, you have to understand networks. And the other thing I said, you have to understand decentralization. So decentralization is being one of the frameworks, in addition to Howey's test in the US environment, is now also being tested against a statement that was given on, I remember this date, 14th of June last year, by the finance director of the SEC, William Hinman. And therefore, it's being called the Winman standard of framework of tokens. And the main point around that is, what is a sufficiently decentralized network? We as technologists call it decentralization. The regulators, SEC, is concerned about, Ben, what you mentioned, and that is to avoid asymmetry of information, right? So 2 minutes.
Thank you. You can have 1 more minute if it's strongly wished.
I yield.
Okay. Good. Anyone else on a comment on regulations?
Because regulatory is indeed one of the most, or maybe the most important part, but that's what I also try to tell, is that we should really find the balance, not go too much. Because if you go too much on the regulatory, if you look at our existing systems, the most regulated systems are also the most inefficient. Is the health, is the transport, is the finance. So, but to ask from the policymaker to make policies, regulatory, of a system which they still do not understand and which is still not mature, is like a chicken and egg story. So it is a game, and in that part I really believe that Switzerland and Liechtenstein are doing a very good job of giving a kind of sandbox where people can play around and work together with the regulatory authorities to come with a standardization.
Yeah, it's really quite a fine balance in the blockchain space. You know, we talk about 3 layers. The protocol layer, like what Neo is doing, we are basically technology platform. And then you have the regulatory layer, and what is technically feasible, it doesn't mean it's regulatory feasible. And then you have the application layers. So now when we talk about applications, they're not running fast, and there's not too many very active DApps. We also have to look at the regulatory layers. The technology is still improving as well. So very interesting. Now, the one last question, since we are talking about tokenization of assets, I want to ask everyone that if you have to tokenize something, then what would you tokenize?
Yeah, I think that like if you accept especially crypto assets as a payment, so it's perfect to tokenize a venture business, like venture capital investments, startups, etc. Because there is a certain level of risks and good like potential for revenues, for income. So and when people go to cryptosphere, they understand this risk sometimes. And regulator have to do this, and when they go to investments to tokenized assets, so it probably can be like very good example.
So you would tokenize a venture capital fund, okay?
Yeah.
And Ronald?
I mean,
1 minute each maximum.
So if you're asking me what I would tokenize, if I can do a token sale, maybe I would do a reverse token sale and tokenize my time for my whole work career, because then I know that I got work for whole of my work life cycle.
Interesting. Okay. Tokenize your time. That's so in line with you know being a legal professional. Your time, your bills per hour.
That's the attention token.
And Andreas,
thank you. For me, I will like say something close to what Ronald just said. Maybe not my time, maybe my data. My data, my personal data.
Your data.
Yeah,
okay.
my data. Yeah.
I think.
My data that like nowadays you go on Facebook, you go on like all those websites, and you're just a product of those websites. You're being the fruit, and all this data is being like out of your control, and you should be rewarded for the data you're providing to those platforms. So I believe that, like for example, like the project like BAT, the basic attention token, I think like a project like those should like come forth more often.
I think Daniel next, you must be quite happy to hear that.
Yes, you should look at Web3.global. That's the exact business model behind that project. But I would tokenize real estate, which is for me the most obvious case, especially in places like Switzerland where you cannot buy real estate easily because of prices. And so you can actually, with new models, when tokenizing real estate, get new people actually ownership over a longer period of time rather than renting through tokenized real estate.
Thank you.
Yeah, from my perspective, fractional ownership should go to use cases where you have less transaction, a lot of cost. Real estate could be one good use case. I think also every luxury assets in general where you have less transaction and more value on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, being an environmentalist is for me quite easy. It's forest management and administration, because then you don't only give the authorities and the major billionaires or millionaires, but also simple people, the natives living in the Amazon or in Africa, can own a part of their own forest, and they can be responsible for not only taking care, but also the money, because forests also are economical points. They generate funds, so they can also earn from that. So, of course, tokenization of forestry.
Great.
I would tokenize the world of things, as in IoT or Internet of Things, because all models in the last 2 decades that have been tried to incentivize, promote, advance, mature, adapt IoT have failed. I've personally worked on 4 of those, and they've all four failed. But we are now poised in a new environment where there could be digitization of those physical assets, which goes hand in hand with the tokenization, meaning, and that would go hand in hand with the identity of those, which, by the way, was the identity point I wanted to share. Thank you. So the identity of things is as important as the identity of people. So.
Great. Thank you very much. So this draws a conclusion to our panel, and it's really fascinating answer from everyone. And thank you very much for the time, and thank you so much to audience for being here and for your attention. Now we have 10 minutes to
Q&A.
Yes.
Questions. Anybody?
Be brave.
Thank you. My name is Anir Chaudhary. I'm from the government of Bangladesh. I run a large digitization program across the entire country, from the Prime Minister's office and the Cabinet office and the ICT ministry. So it's a combination of ministries working together for the entire digitization of the government and also private sector services. And we are increasingly looking at blockchain. In this entire conversation, the most interesting part for me was the last 5 minutes, where he started talking about use cases. I think all the discussion that I have been to in blockchain, it starts with why blockchain is useful, but doesn't get to the use case in the beginning. And I think that's really, for me, as a manager of whether I was used technology or not, the beauty of the technology lies in what problems it can solve. So if we can start talking about the problems that blockchain can actually really solve, and I'm not criticizing blockchain at all, but I think understanding the problem and then applying the beauty of blockchain would really help adopt it better, I think. Otherwise, what I often find is that it's the hammer looking for a nail syndrome often. So again, I don't mean to criticize, but I would like to hear that discussion probably for another 20 minutes if possible. Thank you.
So because we have to finish at 3, I know it's a really fascinating topic, and also I know that we started assuming everyone is in the blockchain sector, and rather than highlighting what the benefits, what the pain points blockchain could solve. You're totally right. So this could easily run for another 20 minutes or even 1 hour. So hopefully next time we have to finish.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Just since we are working in that space of government services, can be very specific about what blockchain can help is first and foremost digital identity. So you can, as a government, issue identity securely, as described before, in the future in a self-sovereign way as well. And secondly, the killer use case for me and what we are doing with Procivis is actually e-voting, digital voting, both in the context of government, but also in context of commercial applications like AGM. If you can actually provide a service that gives back trust in government and in politics by providing a service that actually makes it transparent that your vote is counted, but you know it's done in an anonymized fashion, and it cannot be manipulated anymore afterwards. That's a whole new league when it comes to people trusting in political systems and democracy as a whole. So that's exactly what we are doing with my company, and there's a very real use case where I think blockchain will be, for the first time ever, a technology that can help address this problem.
So, sorry, go ahead, Ben.
I know your Prime Minister because I was talking to your Minister also on this topic, I think last year, September, at the UN in New York. I think one of 3 places where I think, because Bangladesh has anyway problem, this constant flood coming in, flood to land registration, and that would be very credible use of blockchain. And secondly would be forest registration, because you have the Sundarban and all this forestry where they have problems with this, how do you call it, salination, That's what I could just think out of these two, where you can really use the blockchain technology, because it's also the data is very corrupted. So blockchain at least gives you the chance to register it correctly.
Did you say Bangladesh or Andhra Pradesh? Bangladesh, sorry.
Yeah.
I got it a little mixed up. You're totally right. I won't take too much time. But one of the cautions that I would raise from having advised the blockchain effort at Andhra Pradesh, who has a pavilion over here, is you just have to be careful, because it is government sponsored, on how much of centralization you're going to end up with, which in an otherwise decentralized, culture of a technology. So centralization of the identity is really important, and is an important caution. And centralization, meaning custody of the data, is really important on how you're going to balance it.
Yeah.
And if you can't handle that, then don't use blockchain.
I just wanted to add to this, because what discussion I had with the ministers, they're, compared to many other countries, they're really advanced.
Yeah.
So they have, the minister really understands the decentralized structure of this technology. And
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes back to the point on, is it sufficiently decentralized? Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Last 10 years actually moved by leaps and bounds. So if you looked at what Bangladesh was in a digital space in the last 10 years ago versus now, it's actually moved leaps and bounds. So we understand technology and the application of it in specific cases. So blockchain is something where, so as you mentioned, land records, ID, education certificates. So there are about 6 use cases that we're exploring right now, except that we don't know which ones will give us the low-hanging fruits, which blockchain technologies to use, what kind of capacity development we have to have within the government and within the private sector. So these are the challenges that we're grappling with. And maybe I'll talk to a few of you after the panel. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's for you.
I'm Renate from Geneva. I represent a Geneva-based think tank, the Geneva Macro Labs. Thank you very much for the discussion. I find it very inspiring. And I have a question regarding regulations. And as you said before, it doesn't really make sense to regulate on the technical side because, until the regulation is in place, it takes time. On a EU level, it takes years. So the technology is much faster, so it doesn't really make sense. So my idea is to rather look at it as a horizontal layer and to regulate the underlying sectors like financial services, healthcare, real estate, energy, and to include it in this regulation. For example, in the financial services, regulate the blockchain side, and coming from this aspect, do you think that would be reasonable?
Ronald?
Yeah. So for me, it's already too sector specific.
Yeah.
I think it should not be depending on a sector. It should really depending on what you're doing. So I can give you a simple example. In Swiss law, for certain contracts, you need to have a written signature. And the purpose of having a written signature on a contract is that afterwards you can prove that both parties agreed to the contract. So the written signature is already a technology. So for me, it doesn't matter if I have a written signature or if we make a video together and tell to the camera, yes, we agreed to this agreement, it's fine for us. I don't care, because at the end, the purpose is to have an evidence at a later stage that both parties entered into the agreement. And I think you have to think from this perspective, and it doesn't matter in which sector you apply a technology. It's just about what you're doing with the technology. And then, based on this, maybe it has an affection, because if you use a technology to do or to create pharmaceuticals or something like that, of course, then it's regulated again, but it depends really on what you're doing.
Anyone else want to comment?
I'll just add, I think it will complicate, what he mentioned is true, it will just complicate it much further than trying to, at least, because we are still in Dutch you said the children's shoes. We are still at a very starting of it. So it's better to keep it as general and as than to start going on vertical sectors.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dennis Lamb. I'm a founder of IoT Block. We are a enterprise
IoT solutions blockchain company based in Silicon Valley. I also represent a lot of folks in the Silicon Valley that does blockchain research, such as blockchain at Berkeley and research over at Stanford University. I would have a question that's more geared towards Gurvinder, since you have experience at IBM and enterprise. I wanted to ask, I wanted to ask a question is, the trends that you see in blockchain and IoT, which segment do you see more demand, and how enterprise would like to utilize blockchain in the sense of IoT? And another question for everyone in general is, in terms of the consensus mechanism, I know there's multiple ways of doing it. What do you see is in demand for enterprise adoption, whether it is a specific consensus algorithm such as proof of work, proof of stake, permission blockchains that's governed by consortiums? Where do you see the general trend of consensus being used in the enterprise field?
All right, let me take that. So really two questions, two parts to the answer. One is where am I seeing kind of most of the growth? Definitely two, maybe there's a third. Three is always a good answer. But I'll point out mobility, automotive, and the other is energy. And we all know at a macro level the disruption that is happening in both those industries. Autonomous driving, electric vehicles, mobility, drones, flying taxis, you name it. It's totally exploding and being accepted by consumers. The nature of transactions is going to be very significantly different. We are not going to be talking about. We can't imagine. There was a question around use cases. We have to reimagine such disruptive industries as opposed to look at them in the context of old use cases. You can't take old use cases and necessarily apply them to the disruption that technology side as well as the consumption side, like an autonomous is, because you're looking at safe passage and autonomous passage of vehicles through interactions. Digital twin labs. I ran the hackathon for Mercedes-Benz just 2 months ago, and one of the hacks around there was, what if there is an emergency situation in a vehicle, and if it's autonomous, it can negotiate passage very quickly. So the nature of transactions have to happen autonomously and very quickly, which builds the case for crypto tokens, cryptocurrencies for those kind of transactions. You can't have fiat currencies settle and approve for those kind of transactions. Similarly, energy, the decentralization of energy basically means that every home, every person, different things is potentially a contributor to the energy grid. So now when it is it's no longer a one-dimensional or two-dimensional marketplace, it's an n-dimensional marketplace. The velocity and the nature of transactions is very different. How do you keep control? So blockchain now becomes a transaction engine to keep control of those those aspects. The second part of your question, I'm blanking out a little bit, was? Consensus. All right, consensus. I'll be real brief. We can follow up offline. Yes, and that's a great question. By the way, I've been associated with the blockchain at Berkeley right since its inception. Yes, hey. I'm from blockchain. Hey, there you are, man. How are you, Professor? Welcome. And that is, let's just take one element of consensus, and that is randomness. You're right, for fairness of consensus. And when you are, let's say, in the mobility space, one of the randomness elements you get is the location, because location is always changing. So you can look at location as a vector into computing consensus of those nodes. There's more to this discussion. We'll take it offline.
Great, thank you so much. And so with the time limitation, we'll have to finish the panel. I thank all the panelists for fascinating discussion and a great audience and the great questions. So feel free to approach any of the panelists for a more one-to-one if you have more questions. Thank you so much, everyone, and thanks so much for Caspian Week, especially Igor and Nina for the excellent organization. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Applause, please.
those who don't eat, those who want to listen. So I hope that you are comfortably sitting. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Marina Romanova. I'm taking part in scientific research and science diplomacy in Moscow State University of International Relations. So I will be moderating today. I would like to present our speakers. First of all, I would like to start with Mr. Evgeny Tarlo, who is the president of the Foundation Rule of Law. Next to him, to the right, is Mr. Yuri Zubov, the deputy head of the Federal Service for Intellectual Property, based in Moscow. And next to me, last but not least, Mr. Vladimir Kotinyov, Managing Director of Ecovis Strategic Consulting, based in Berlin, Germany. So I would like to say, as far as you are listening, the key subject of our panel discussion today is the protection of intellectual property, because the protection is becoming one of the most important factors which determine the country's position in the world. So a reliable level of this protection stimulates scientific research, the development of culture, literature, and art. So the practical use of science and technology, as well as international exchange. The field of intellectual property represents a great potential, being the engine of innovation and progress. Next one. The countries of the Caspian region are actively integrating into international policy in order to develop an accessible international system by stimulating creative activity, innovation, and contributing to economic progress. So we gathered here today to discuss the main challenges that faces the Institute of Intellectual Property and to find the tools which will stimulate the international cooperation in this area. I'm going to proceed with my questions, but I would like to say that if you have any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and ask a question after the speaker finishes. So don't wait till the end of our discussion. Please ask your questions. My first one I would like to address to all our speakers. Maybe Evgeny Tarlo will begin. So the digitalization of the economy influences the field of intellectual property. So my question is, what impact will the digitalization of the economy have on the protection of intellectual property rights?
Спасибо за вопрос. Я буду говорить на русском языке, потому что пока что русский язык может являться языком межнационального общения в странах Каспийского региона.
I'm going to speak Russian because Russian is the language for multicultural.
Я надеюсь, что если мы будем продолжать и усиливать наше сотрудничество, то русский язык останется языком нашего общения.
I hope I hope the Russian will be our language of our intercultural.
Общение стран Каспийского региона.
Caspian region.
Да. Значит, интеллектуальная собственность, я думаю, что вы знаете, это два очень больших раздела. Одна часть – это права, это промышленная собственность, это права на объекты, на патенты, товарные знаки, места происхождения, все, что связано с производством. А другая большая часть, та, которая касается искусства, литературы, живописи.
Sorry. Intellectual property, as you know, is divided, can be consisted in two big parts. One of them is like patent, and the another one consists of cultural property and art objects.
Цифровизация И технологии блокчейн совершили настоящую революцию в деле защиты прав авторов культурной собственности. Это прав на литературные произведения, музыкальные произведения, произведения искусства.
Blockchain and digitalization made a big revolution in protection the rights of the art objects.
Поскольку права автора на произведение культуры и искусства, они определяются самим фактом создания этого произведения. И поэтому самое главное зафиксировать свое первенство. Это самое главное для автора произведения искусства.
Because the arts of the author to the art object are copyrights. Sorry, I forgot.
Basically, copyrights depend on artist objects themselves. So it's very important for objects to for authors of this object to make this copyright on the very as soon as possible, basically.
И вот технология блокчейна позволяет любому автору очень легко зафиксировать и, безусловно, с абсолютной точностью зафиксировать свое авторство на произведение искусства. Потому что, обратившись к любому депозитарию с помощью технологии блокчейн, сейчас такие депозитарии есть, вы можете мгновенно зафиксировать права на свое произведение. Это практически ничего не стоит.
Blockchain technology allows any artist to register his right to the art object because it's very easy and costs almost nothing.
Да. Ну, например, вот вы сейчас видите вот эту книгу, которая продается. Да? Если кто-то ее захочет перепечатать, значит, может возникнуть спор о том, кто первый ее написал. Кто-то переведет на русском языке, скажет, я написал эту книгу.
For example, you see the book there. If somebody translates it to Russian, there can be the dispute about who was the first author of this translation or the book.
Автор направляет свое произведение с помощью шифрования в цифровой форме в депозитарий, просто нажав на кнопку на компьютере, и уже никто не сможет доказать, что кто-то раньше него это сделал.
Any author can send his book to the blockchain, and nobody will dispute this right of his first ownership of this object.
Что очень важно, это еще и гарантирует от злоупотребления регистратора.
This also prevents the registrators.
Злоупотребление регистратора, то есть человек, который регистрирует, если даже чиновник государства, он может сделать какую-то ошибку умышленно или неумышленно. При технологии блокчейн это невозможно. Вы сами регистрируете, это становится общедоступно и зафиксировано в неограниченном количестве узлов.
Blockchain prevents these things. It works on its own and will be registered on many different nodes.
Вот. А сложнее ситуация с объектами промышленной собственности.
With the
industrial
objects, it's much more complicated situation.
Здесь невозможно обойтись без государственных чиновников. Вот, например, у нас Юрий представляет заместителя руководителя патентного ведомства России.
This situation cannot be resolved without government impact, and Yuri represents one of the patent post-patent and deputy head Federal Service for Intellectual Property, Moscow, Russia.
Потому что права на объекты промышленной собственности регистрируются, защищаются не в силу их создания, а в силу того, что вы обратились к государству, заплатили пошлину и зафиксировали свои права на то, что вы создали. При этом принципиально важно...
Because your right to these objects is protected not because you created something, but only because you registered that.
Я не буду отнимать хлеб у Юрия.
I will not take Yuri's bread.
Во всяком случае, цифровизация, она привела к таким очень серьезным может быть, даже революционным сдвигом в технологии защиты прав изобретателей.
Digitalization made very big revolution in protection of the rights of the inventors.
О том, как это происходит в российском патентном ведомстве, лучше меня расскажет заместитель руководителя Юрий Зубов.
Better than me about this, gonna speak Yuri Zubov, what happens in Rospatent.
Я бы хотел поблагодарить всех, кто сегодня пришел на нашу панель.
I would like to thank you everyone who came to my panel.
Эта тема действительно очень важна во всем мире, и цифровая революция, она вокруг нас.
This topic is extremely important in all the world, and digital revolution is around us.
Россия также видит и понимает этот вызов цифровизации.
Russia also sees and understands this challenge to the civilization.
И я бы хотел сегодня кратко рассказать, как Роспатент работает с цифровыми технологиями, чтобы облегчить жизнь изобретателей.
And today I would like to briefly describe how Rospatent simplifies the life of inventors.
И хотел бы начать с очень важной вещи. В России в прошлом году, в декабре, принято положение о основных направлениях деятельности правительства.
A very important notice in December in Russia was created new law.
И среди многих положений в этом документе есть одно самое важное, о котором я уже сказал. Это сделать дружелюбной систему государственных услуг в сфере интеллектуальной собственности.
The main idea of this document is to make it more simple, the situation in more simple, supportive and friendly system of public services for right holders.
Okay. Но уже в прошлом году мы сделали ряд шагов. Такие шаги позволили добиться очень важных результатов.
Last year we made a few steps, several steps that produced very, very important results.
Так, например, срок регистрации изобретений и товарных знаков trademarks.
For example, the time of registering and the registering trademarks
сократились на 1-2 месяца.
Was shortened to from 1 to 2 months.
Срок регистрации изобретений, выдачи патента на изобретение составляет 8 месяцев.
Currently, now it's
и на товарные знаки 7 месяцев.
Currently, it's now 8 months and 7 months.
Это самые быстрые сроки, почти самые быстрые сроки во всем мире.
This is currently the most short time in the world for trademarks.
For inventions, изобретения.
Patent for inventions at 8 months and for trademarks at 7 months.
И мы смогли добиться таких результатов простыми шагами, не делая ничего сверхъестественного.
We got these awesome results simply with these steps.
Мы сделали электронный прием заявок от изобретателей через наш сайт.
We made it electronic. We made electronic application through our site for all inventors.
Сделали личный кабинет и обеспечили изобретателям, заявителям общение с ними в режиме онлайн.
So any user can have a conversation in online mode.
Сократили тем самым сроки на почту.
By this we shorten all the post time.
И если 3 года назад количество заявок в электронном виде варьировалось от 20 до 30%,
3 years ago it was only 20 to 30% of these online applications.
То в конце 2018 года это количество было 70-80% заявок в электронном виде.
And for the end of 19, we already had 90% on application made through the website.
В других странах, в США, 100% заявок в электронном виде, но у них это обусловлено правилами определенными, которые говорят, что нужно подавать только в электронном виде.
In other countries, for example, in USA, 100% of applications are made through the website, but this is restricted by law.
Мы никого не заставляем, предоставляем удобные сервисы.
We don't force anyone, we just propose very convenient services.
Я привел только один пример, как можно добиться, как цифровые технологии воздействуют на взаимодействие с изобретателями.
So this was only one example how digital technologies impact the life of the inventors.
Но на ближайшие 6 лет, начиная с 2019 года и заканчивая 2024, в России принята новая программа «Цифровая экономика».
For the next 6 years in Russia, it was created a new program for digital economy.
Эта программа состоит из разных блоков и направлений: цифровые технологии, кадры, образование.
This national program consists of several parts like digital technologies, education and.
И эти направления позволяют, в том числе системе интеллектуальной собственности, Роспатенту, создавать новые сервисы и новые платформенные решения.
And that allows us as Rospatent to create new platforms and new services for inventors.
Ну, например, мы решили сделать очень важный шаг, создать новую поисковую платформу по всему мировому фонду патентной информации.
So we decided to create one catalog and searching website through all the Rospatent documents. All patents.
Сегодня такие сервисы разрознены у разных коммерческих компаний и стоят очень много денег.
There are several services on the market like this, but they are not such good
commercial
quality,
and cost
very much and not so good.
И все равно они не охватывают полного мирового массива.
And they do not contain all the documents in the world concerning patent.
И поскольку мы делаем это в рамках государственной программы, этот сервис, эта платформа будет абсолютно бесплатна для всех.
And because this is a government national program, it will be free for everyone.
Если модератор разрешит, можно, чтобы, может быть, веселее будет.
If the moderator allows this.
Вот вы создаете за счет российского государства такую платформу поисковую, которая создаст большое удобство для защиты прав изобретателей. Этим смогут воспользоваться изобретатели стран Каспийского региона.
Безусловно.
Can anyone from the Caspian region use this platform? Sure. Yeah.
Just said that Mr. Talos said that the platform is created for Russian government money, but anyone in the world can use it actually.
Абсолютно все страны, в том числе страны Каспийского региона, смогут ею воспользоваться. Это открытая платформа в сети интернет.
Any countries in the world and countries of Caspian region may use it, so because it's an open platform in the internet.
Пример хорошей глобализации, на мой взгляд.
It's a good example of globalization.
Любой изобретатель во всем мире сможет проверить свое изобретение, новое оно, или кто-то до него это уже сделал.
Any inventor in the world can check his invention if somebody already made it.
Я бы хотел сказать, что вот такие цифровые платформенные решения позволят нам еще значительнее, еще больше сократить сроки.
I would like to say that such kind of digital platform solution will allow us to shorten the time even more.
Устранить все большинство бюрократических формальных процедур.
And remove all bureaucratic formal procedures.
Мы также очень внимательно следим за такими технологиями, как искусственный интеллект и блокчейн.
We are also we have big interests in such kind of technologies like artificial intelligence and blockchain.
И уже в этом году мы реализуем систему, которая позволит с помощью технологии блокчейн и смарт-контрактов передавать права от одного правообладателя другому правообладателю.
And even in this year, we're going to have a system that will allow to transfer the copyright from one user to another through the blockchain.
Без участия человека в 1 секунду. Сейчас это происходит за 2 месяца.
It will be done just in 1 second without any human assistance.
Предприниматель, коммерческая компания, которая захочет получить право, получить лицензию и коммерциализовать этот продукт, сможет сделать это в 1 секунду.
Any man and company who would like to make his product commercial can do this in even 1 second.
И это только один пример. Искусственный интеллект в нашей работе, он тоже очень важен, и я тоже приведу пример.
This is only one example, and I will give you another example of artificial intelligence that is very important in our work.
Сегодня существует такая процедура, как экспертиза изобретения. Эксперт проверяет заявку на ее новизну и уровень техники.
Today, an expert must check any application for its novelty and
уровень техники.
And technical level.
Он тратит на это много времени, но искусственный интеллект позволит сократить это время и убрать часть его работы, например, поиск по новизне.
An expert spends very big amount of time to do this, so the AI may help him or to do this work. Okay.
Ну, И я не буду хвалиться, но есть такая организация, Всемирная организация интеллектуальной собственности, WIPO.
There is an organization, WIPO, the World Intellectual Property Organization.
И когда Россия представила доклад о использовании технологии блокчейн,
and Russia made its presentation of this technology in blockchain,
Россия наряду с Австралией стали возглавлять эту группу для того, чтобы продвигать этот вопрос в мире.
Russia and Australia became leaders of this group to promote this technology in the world.
Мне нужно еще немножко времени, я расскажу еще про 3D-технологии.
I want to tell you about 3D technology.
Сегодня в мире существует 4-5 стран, которые умеют работать с электронными 3D-моделями.
Today in the world there exists only 4 or 5 countries who really can work with electronic 3D models.
США,
USA,
Корея, Япония,
Japan
и Россия.
And Russia.
В этом году мы создадим реестр 3D-моделей.
In this year we create a register of 3D models. Register of 3D models.
Такие реестры есть у этих стран, но наш реестр будет отличаться одной фишкой, одним сервисом.
These countries also have such kind of registers, but our service we're gonna have this special feature.
Мы сможем осуществлять сопоставление, то есть проводить экспертизу в автоматическом режиме с помощью искусственного интеллекта по 3D-моделям.
We will be able to compare 3D models using AI in the real time without humans.
Этот сервис очень важен для инжиниринговых центров как в России, так и по всему миру.
This service is very important for engineering centers in Russia and in the world.
И поскольку этот сервис тоже открытый, им смогут воспользоваться все желающие.
And because this service is totally free and open, anyone can use it in the world.
И еще один момент, и чтобы не утяжелять дискуссию.
And not to make it too hard.
В Роспатенте есть проектный офис, который разрабатывает патентную аналитику, patent analytics.
And it creates patent analytics.
Эти отчеты позволяют крупным компаниям понять, насколько эффективно вкладывать деньги в те или иные технические решения.
This reports allows to big companies to understand how much is efficient to invest to this or that technical solution.
Эти решения, эти отчеты создаются на патентной информации, на патентах.
This solution are created with patents.
И чем больше эти базы данных, чем больше патентных офисов будут давать эту информацию, тем лучше и качественнее эти отчеты получаются.
And more patent offices will give this information to us, the higher the quality of this search this service will be.
Мы разработали уже более 10 отчетов для крупных российских зарубежных компаний.
We already implemented 10 different types of reports for big Russian companies.
И хотели бы предложить странам Каспийского региона также включиться в эту работу, очень важную работу, которая позволит их компаниям занимать лидирующие позиции на мировом рынке.
And would like to propose to Caspian region countries to participate in this process that will allow them to take leading positions in their region.
Это лишь малая доля тех цифровых решений, которые мы сегодня используем и будем использовать дальше. Обо всех просто я не могу сказать.
This is just a short amount of digital solutions we have. Sorry, I can't tell you about all of them.
Ответим.
Конечно.
Thank you very much for your detailed answer.
Я просто, если можно, одну фразу. Просто вот то, о чем мы говорим, страны Каспийского региона, а Россия входит в число стран Каспийского региона, обычно известны по черному золоту, как производители черного золота, нефти и черной икры. Вот. А то, о чем мы сейчас, вы переводите?
So basically, Caspian regions are famous for their black gold that's known everywhere, and Russia as well, because it's one of the Caspian countries. Shortly, but it's oil and caviar.
One gold is
oil, and another one is black caviar.
Да. Вот мы хотели бы, чтобы наши страны Каспийского региона были еще известны нашим интеллектом. Для этого мы должны создать все условия для защиты интеллектуальной собственности, о чем мы сейчас говорим.
So we're really interested to promote our countries to be known not only by our black gold, but also about our brains, because it's very important, and we do have like really cool inventions.
Потому что интеллект дороже золота.
Intellectual is much more expensive than the gold.
Precious.
Thank you very much for your answer. If we don't have any questions from the audience, I would like to pass to another challenge which you mentioned, Mr. Zubov. It was a new technological order and participation of artificial intelligence. So I would like to address my question to Mr. Tarlo. How do you think in the nearest future, as far as the artificial intelligence takes part in the creation of new technologies, and now the artificial intelligence is the participant and inventor itself? Who will own the rights to these new inventions? Кому будут принадлежать права при участии?
Значит, это интереснейший вопрос.
It's a very interesting question.
И это сейчас мы вступили в ту реальность, о которой фантасты только писали и предполагали. Мы думали, что это некая фантазия.
Yeah, now we're in the reality when a lot of famous fantastic writers were writing about, and we were never believing that it will actually coming to us, but we are here.
Но уже сейчас машины, компьютеры прежде всего, могут создавать объекты промышленной собственности независимо от участия человека и регистрировать их с помощью электронной формы в патентном ведомстве.
But already now, computers and machine can create their own inventions in industrial patents, and actually they can register themselves without any human being there.
Машины могут создавать промышленные модели, машины могут создавать дизайн, бренды, визуальные наименования товаров, компьютерные программы.
So computers can create trade objects, they can create designs, they can create
промышленный дизайн.
Промышленный дизайн.
Yes, like industrial designs, they can create different brands.
Бренды, визуальные
Visual objects,
объекты, компьютерные программы.
computer programs.
И сейчас с помощью цифровых технологий машина может направлять это для регистрации в патентное ведомство основных стран мира.
And for the moment, these computers, they can send their patents, these objects, for online registration by themselves to other countries in the world as well.
Это создает большие проблемы.
That creates a lot of problems.
И мы не знаем, как машина будет управлять своими правами, если эти права будут защищены.
And we actually don't know how the machine will
protect
their rights. It's
even
right.
if they will be able to protect their rights.
Это готовит некий потенциальный конфликт между машиной и человеком.
This creates a conflict between human and artificial intelligence.
Создание искусственного разума может объединять машины между собой, и мы в то же время видим обратный процесс среди людей, когда люди не развиваются, а деградируют.
Artificial intelligence can unite computers, and at the same time we see totally different opposite situation with humans who want to disunite with each other.
Мы сейчас улыбаемся, но вполне может оказаться, что через 10-15 лет у нас будет конфликт машин, организованных между собой с помощью искусственного саморазвивающегося интеллекта, и людей, которые в массе своей деградировали и потеряли контроль над созданными ими когда-то машинами.
We are happy now to smile, but maybe in the next 15 years we're going to have a war between artificial intelligence and machine controlled by artificial intelligence and humans who became too soft.
Это проблема, которую мы должны сейчас обсуждать с юристами, экономистами и политиками. Эта проблема уже начинает вставать.
Now we must discuss this problem now at a very high level and at all levels, because this problem gonna appear very soon.
Люди все меньше могут осознать всю цепочку того, что происходит и как происходит. Мы видим какой-то маленький кусочек операции и не знаем, кто является начальным правообладателем или начальным инициатором той операции, которая завершается каким-то другим результатом.
At this moment, humans loses the understanding of how artificial intelligence works and how it makes decisions, and we're losing the understanding of all the chain of decision-making process happening in the artificial intelligence.
Я аналогию приведу для понимания. Каждый из нас должен выполнять законы, которые принимает кто-то другой в другой стране. Мы не знаем, кто их принимал и как, и зачем. Но мы все подчиняемся, например, законам банковского сообщества, которые пишет очень небольшое количество людей, находящихся в основном в Соединенных Штатах.
I'll show you a simple example. We have to obey the laws, even made in other countries, like we obey the laws of banking sector, which is made worldwide and globally, but we don't know who's exactly made this exact law and why.
Но когда вы придете в самый маленький банк в Швейцарии, в Азербайджане или в Казахстане, вы будете выполнять те правила, которые написали вам в другом месте.
But when you visit even the smallest bank in Switzerland or some other country, you have to obey their rules that were created in somewhere other place.
Так человек, который будет использовать какую-то машинку для уборки снега или мясорубку на кухне, он будет платить роялти машине.
If somebody will use some device created by machines, like for example a blender at the kitchen or the cleaning device for snow, it have to pay royalty to.
Что она будет с ними делать? Машина.
Да. Например, причем это может быть даже не за изобретение, то, как она работает, а за то, как она называется. Машина может репродуцировать наименование, красивый знак, дальше зарегистрировать свои права. Кто-то эти права купит, изобретатель автомашины, и вы будете платить роялти машины. Причем эти роялти могут быть больше стоимости самого механизма изобретения.
And imagine even more weird situation when you pay not for using the machine, but because of its name, because its brand were created by machine, sold somebody, and use it to name this device.
Это говорит о том, что люди не должны упускать рычаги управления обществом. И здесь нам нужно сейчас серьезно подумать обществоведам, политикам и юристам и выработать какую-то единую линию.
This example shows that we cannot lose the control of the situation. We have to implement some solution between politics.
И выработать линию единую.
Social leaders, cultural leaders, like everywhere, basically. Everyone should be involved.
И чиновникам нужно обязательно в этом участвовать, потому что нам потом это все придется охранять.
Я не очень вас напугал.
And the government should
didn't I scare you?
And governments should be involved as well, because they need to actually do further, like they implement all these laws.
К сожалению, действительность иногда превосходит самые худшие ожидания. Поэтому давайте лучше подготовимся к худшему, чтобы потом радоваться, что оно не наступило.
Unfortunately, the reality sometimes is even worse than a nightmare. So let's get ready to this.
Let's talk just now a little about the international cooperation and not about the risks and dangers in the future. Stressing this point, the international cooperation, I would love to say that in the past the world was divided into systems, so-called plan, or socialist, communist system, and market capitalist system. Now, in principle, the absolute majority of the countries are free or to some part free markets. So I hope we can find the way not only to cooperate in these fields in the protection of intellectual property, but also in grounding rules, laws. I hope in the framework of the United Nations, of a really comprehensive convention about the protection of intellectual property. Another point is, I believe that this issue of the protection of properties very close, connected to the very acute issue of the security of the cyberspace. I hope, everybody understands. So, I believe that in the future we can just drive in parallel in these fields. And now maybe some concrete facts about the international cooperation in the protection of intellectual property in the Caspian or Trans-Caspian region. We heard from Yuri and Evgeny about some efforts of the government of the Russian Federation, but we cooperate close with our neighbor countries like Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan and others, and in between we have some very optimistic steps in, for example, in the city of Astrakhan, lying on the Caspian Sea. It's a leading university cooperating even with the World Organization of Intellectual Property. And I hope that not only this one university will go forward in this field, but also cooperate with other international universities, just playing a role of some kind of hub. And on that way we can create a network of universities, of bodies which cooperate with the World Organization. Maybe finally I would say we hope that in the field of the security of cyberspace we can also cooperate in the region and worldwide, and I hope that some countries who still just try to show or to protect their own interests will open to the international cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you for mentioning the other challenge, international cooperation. I just need to ask Mr. Zubov in this field. Maybe we are talking about the intellectual property in the context of large companies. How do you think, do all these problems which we mentioned today are mostly concerned about large companies or small companies, because usually small companies are not interested in protecting their rights, are not interested in intellectual property institution. So do you agree with this statement, or maybe you can add something else?
Спасибо за вопрос. И да, и нет.
Thank you for the question. I can say yes or no.
Безусловно, у крупных компаний, крупного бизнеса есть влияние на рынке, есть своя ниша, свои клиенты, и они ее защищают с помощью интеллектуальной собственности.
Definitely, large companies have an influence to the market, and they have their niche, and they protect their clients with all the ways they can.
У стартапов, как правило, есть только один продукт, одна идея, и все мысли только о том, где найти денег, чтобы просто хотя бы сохранить эту компанию, удержаться на плаву, выйти на безубыточность.
At the same time, startups usually have only one product, and the main idea is to find more money to investment, to not die, and to stay alive.
И в России существует такая ошибка у многих мелких компаний, не думать об интеллектуальной собственности. Вот мы выйдем на рынок, завоюем авторитет, и тогда будем заниматься охраной своих прав.
In Russia, many small companies make the same mistake. They don't want to protect their intellectual property at the start. They want to go to the market and then to start protecting their property.
Но это происходит только лишь от незнания, непонимания, насколько важно защищать свои права уже на стадии идеи. Не когда ты уже начал производить, а когда ты только придумал, что ты будешь производить.
But they don't understand how much important it is to protect your right intellectual property, even on the stage of idea, not before, not after you started to produce something, but before you just invented something.
Sуществует мнение, что патентовать это дорого, но это не так.
There is an opinion that patent process is very expensive, but this is not.
В России существует несколько ступеней, ступеней льгот, которые позволяют зарегистрировать, получить патент. Например, студент в России может получить патент меньше, чем за $10-20.
But for example, in Russia, for students, there are many different ways to get the patent much less expensive than usually. For example, a student can get patent for 20% of its price.
И это, опять же, возможности цифровизации. Чтобы получить льготы, нужно подавать заявки в электронном виде.
Again, digitalization here makes you to put the applications in electronic through the website to get these discounts.
Есть еще ряд инициатив, которые сегодня реализуются в России. Это и кредитование под залог интеллектуальной собственности. Мы работаем с банками.
There are also some different initiatives in this field. For example, credit for the
Кредитование под залог интеллектуальной собственности.
for intellectual property as collateral.
Есть инициативы в налоговом, в налоговой сфере, это Patent Box.
In taxation field, there are also several initiatives.
Patent Box.
Patent Box.
Эта вещь работает во всем мире сегодня, является
It works everywhere worldwide.
важным инструментом.
It is a very important tool.
И вот подобного рода инициативы, мы уверены, помогут малому и среднему бизнесу применяя правильную систему обучения и информирования людей о том, для чего это нужно делать и как это делать, помогут уйти от непонимания, для чего нужна интеллектуальная собственность.
And such kind of initiative will help to small businesses to understand and to protect their rights, because they do not understand, which is very important, to protect their ideas.
Это поможет уже на стадии идеи получить охрану своих прав и двигаться вперед с уверенностью как в России, так и во всем мире.
Even at the idea stage, they get protection of their rights, and this allows them to move forward in Russia and in the world.
Поэтому мой ответ и был таким. Я согласен, что да, сегодня тренд именно такой, что малый бизнес не думает об интеллектуальных правах, но этот тренд нужно менять.
So today there is a trend that small business doesn't think about protecting intellectual property, but we have to change this situation.
Thank you very much for your answer. We mentioned in the beginning of our discussion blockchain technology and its possibilities to change the sphere of intellectual property. I would like to ask you, Mr. Talo, can blockchain change the system and make it more transparent? What are the advantages and disadvantages? Can you please comment on this topic, maybe more detailed?
Ну, я не вижу никаких опасностей в использовании технологий блокчейн. Это, опасности существуют во всем. Автомобиль едет, это опасность. Электричество по проводам идет, это опасность. Блокчейн тоже, наверное, могут использовать какие-то злоумышленники.
I see no danger in using blockchain because the dangers are everywhere around us. Like electricity is dangerous, the car is dangerous, so we have to get used to it and understand how to use it.
Но проблема не в блокчейне, а в злоумышленниках.
But the problem is not the blockchain, but the
people who have
bad intentions.
Поэтому я такой активный сторонник всемирного развития технологий блокчейн.
That's why I am a big fan of blockchain technology.
Мы уже проводили международную конференцию в Москве совместно с Роспатентом.
We already made a worldwide conference in Moscow together with Rospatent.
Я в своем первом выступлении на этой панели сказал о том, что технологии блокчейн позволяют с безусловностью четко защитить права авторов произведений искусства.
As I told you on that panel, the blockchain technology allows strictly protect all art objects and copyrights.
Это всех новых произведений. Но мы можем подумать и о том, чтобы защитить коллекционеров от подделок известных произведений, например, старых мастеров.
Now we were talking about how to protect new art objects, but also we can define how to protect the already existing objects from being forged or copied.
Я думаю, что в недалеком будущем будут созданы авторизованные системы подлинников старых мастеров, размещены с помощью системы блокчейн в интернете, и это гарантирует нас от искусственных изготовлений подделок.
I think in the near future there will be created some centers that protects the originals and identifies their originality, that it will use blockchain. It will help us to protect from these criminal problems.
Очень модно сейчас использовать технологию блокчейн как для расчетов в электронном виде.
It's very popular today to use the blockchain for payments in electronic payments.
Биткоины то чрезвычайно возрастают, то падают.
Bitcoin price very fluctuates. It's very unstable. It's very volatile. It goes up and goes down.
Но эта нестабильность вызвана лишь спекулятивным спросом на валюту.
But this volatility is created by speculations.
Люди, которые хотят зарабатывать исключительно на том, что они майнят валюту на ферме, да, они подвержены этим колебаниям.
Users who mine this currency, they very this volatility influences them very much.
Но я глубоко убежден в том, что в обозримом будущем, буквально, может быть, через несколько лет или 10 лет, например, криптовалюта станет основной мировой валютой.
But I am sure that in next 10 years, cryptocurrency will be the main worldwide currency.
Поскольку главное свойство валюты – это эквивалент для обмена.
Because the main idea of the currency is
equivalent for exchange.
Medium for exchange.
И если функцию выпуска валюты возьмут на себя какие-то сертифицированные центры, то и отпадет вот этот спекулятивный, ажиотажный элемент, то как средство обмена криптовалюта необыкновенно интересна.
If some certified service centers will produce their own cryptocurrency that will be protected from this huge volatility, cryptocurrency will be accepted by the world as a medium of exchange.
Доводы о том, что криптовалюта используется для торговли наркотиками, там, оружием, проституцией, незаконных операций, я отметаю. Все деньги используются для этого. Все деньги используются только для этого.
Arguments that
не только для этого, но в том числе для этого.
Arguments that cryptocurrency is used for criminal stuff like drugs and slavery. I don't accept these arguments because all the money in the world are used in the same way.
В том числе.
Но криптовалюту можно четко пометить совершенно, и можно просто исключить ее использование для незаконных операций. Более того, при использовании криптовалюты государство очень легко может решить вопросы налогообложения.
But cryptocurrency actually can be marked or protected from being used in such kind of criminal deals. So the government can create its own blockchain that will be used for taxation also, and for this good everything in business.
Да.
Okay.
Так что я оптимист в этом отношении не потому, что я оптимист, а потому, что я верю в разум и в то, что мы сможем своими руками создать свое будущее.
And I'm very optimistic because I believe that we will create, because I believe in human mind, and I hope we will create a better future with our own hands.
Thank you.
Я не знаю, есть ли у нас время на какую-то полемику.
We still have time.
Do we have some time for
Or maybe we have a question.
Потому что,
from
да,
the
я вижу,
audience.
что есть вопросы, у меня
Please.
тоже есть потом замечания.
Про патенты. English. Yeah. So you told that we can register for $20 the patent, but which power will it have? I mean, internationally, it has no power. And are you going to fight like Samsung or LG again, having those patents? It's ridiculous to me. Какую силу имеют патенты, которые зарегистрированы за $20 в России? Как бы имеет вообще смысл или нет? То есть против Samsung или там LG?
Okay, the problem is if somebody uses Russian patent, does it protect his intellectual property, for example, in USA?
Патент, когда кто-то получает патент, он получается, он выдается согласно общей мировой системе оценки изобретения. Она существует везде, во всем мире одинаковая. Поэтому, если он стоит $20 или он стоит $2000, это стоимость обработки, стоимость работы.
All Russian patents comply with the worldwide system and standard, and the cost of the patent is only the cost of the work to create it.
Во всем мире критерии оценки изобретения, потому что во всем мире законодательство, оно гармонизировано, они одинаковые, и ценность этого патента проверяется на общей мировой базе данных.
All the criteria complies with worldwide practice, and this patent is always checked through the worldwide base of patents.
Поэтому, если вы получаете, если вы студент, подчеркиваю, и получаете патент с льготами, со скидками в России вот за те деньги, которые я озвучил, это означает, что вам очень крупно повезло, что вы это получили в России и имеете мировой патент вот за такие небольшие деньги.
So if you are a student and you got this patent in Russia for $20, maybe, that means that you are just a very happy guy because you could do this in Russia, and then you go with worldwide patent.
Just recognized worldwide.
Recognized worldwide.
И когда, имея российский патент, вы пойдете в американское патентное ведомство, в европейское патентное ведомство и будете стараться получить патент, такой же патент там, я почти уверен, что вам это удастся сделать.
So if you take this patent to US Patent Department and or to the European Patent Department to produce the local patent, so I'm pretty sure you're gonna have it.
Потому что в России в Роспатенте работает порядка 1000 экспертов, высокоуровневых экспертов, признанных во всем мире.
Because in Russia, in Rospatent, there are about 1,000 experts known worldwide.
И российская экспертиза, Россия как международный орган экспертизы может брать на экспертизу все мировые патенты. То есть,
and Russian expertise department can produce the expertise for any world, for the patent from any country in the world.
Знаете, кто номер один в мире, кто больше всего подает патентов в Россию на проведение экспертизы?
Do you know who's number one who applies for patent check expertise in Russia?
США.
USA.
Они доверяют нашей экспертизе.
They trust our expertise.
Thank you so much for your question.
И защищают свои права на территории.
И защищают свои права на территории.
Protect their rights on the territory of Russia.
Потому что Россия это еще и очень большой рынок.
Russia is a very big market.
I would like to notice that in 2018, US Trade Mission put Russia on their priority list of controls, list of significant concern of the United States. And in return, Russia has prepared a bill suggesting the possibility of ignoring intellectual property rights on US products. So as far as you mentioned USA, I would like to ask maybe all our speakers, address my question to all of you. Can we call intellectual property a weapon of 21st century? And how can we cope up with it? Not yet.
Ну что?
Считаете ли вы интеллектуальную собственность оружием 21 века?
Ну, оружием.
Well,
интеллектуальная собственность – это некая правовая и экономическая конструкция.
Intellectual property is a kind of law and economic construction.
А сама по себе интеллектуальная собственность не двигает экономику.
Intellectual property on its own doesn't advance the economy.
Но конструкция интеллектуальной собственности позволяет авторам защитить своих права и побуждает их к новому творчеству.
But the construction of the intellectual property allows authors to protect their rights and amplify their activity.
Сколько стоит идея?
How much the idea does cost?
Она, может быть, она ничего не стоит, если не защитишь.
If you cannot protect it,
и не сможешь продать.
And you cannot sell it.
А если ты ее защитил и смог продать, значит, твоя идея стоит много денег, или точнее столько, за сколько ты ее смог продать.
But if you can protect it and then you can sell it, that means that your idea costs this much money. How much?
И это побуждает тебе дает тебе возможность существовать и побуждает тебя к новым изобретениям, к новым открытиям.
And it allows you to live and create more inventions and more discoveries, more art.
Интеллектуальная собственность – это то, что не разделяет людей, а наоборот их объединяет.
The intellectual property doesn't divide humanity, but unite it.
Обратите внимание, что может быть единственная в мире организация, такая крупная, авторитетная, в которой нет никаких проблем во взаимодействии государств и нет никаких разговоров о санкциях, еще о чем-то. Это Всемирная организация интеллектуальной собственности.
Imagine that the most united organization that isn't divided by some political or some other stuff or economy is the World Organization for Intellectual Property.
Потому что там нет политиков, там есть люди, которые настроены к сотрудничеству и к развитию лучших идей во всем мире.
Because it doesn't consist of politics, only of humans that want to cooperate and unite.
Поэтому я считаю, что интеллектуальная собственность это не оружие, а это мир, это добро.
That's why I think that intellectual property is not the weapon, but is the good.
Я тоже добавлю, присоединяюсь к тому, что сказал Евгений.
I would like to join to Evgeny.
И хочу сказать, что интеллектуальная собственность, такая платформа, интеллектуальная собственность и цифровизация – это тот универсальный язык, то универсальное средство, которое поможет развитию технического прогресса, научно-технического прогресса во всем мире.
I agree with Evgeny that such kind of platform is the language that unites the humanity and allows the worldwide progress in all areas.
Еще формулировка интересная пришла мысль. Интеллектуальная собственность – это объективированное выражение того, что отделяет человечество в целом от животного мира.
Okay, I've got an idea. The intellectual property is the thing that distinguishes humans from the animals. Like this.
And maybe one point to that also, the famous American author Mark Twain said once, if two persons have an apple, or every person has got an apple, and then they just, one person gives another an apple, so and the second in opposite, they exchange apples, and finally every person has an apple. If two persons exchange ideas, every person finally has got two ideas.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I would like to address my last but not least question, maybe to address a bill. How can we, what tools can we use in the Caspian region so that intellectual property was not a weapon and was this kind, as you told us? Что мы можем сделать, чтобы интеллектуальная собственность объединяла наши страны в Каспийском регионе?
нам надо развивать сотрудничество стран Каспийского региона. Невозможно активная торговля, невозможно производство без защиты прав интеллектуальной собственности. Почему американцы много патентуют в России? Потому что они много продают идей, они много продают овеществленных идей в виде товаров. Если мы хотим торговать не только... Да.
Yeah, we should develop the cooperation and in the field of intellectual property, because if we want to trade, we need this protection.
Если мы хотим, чтобы о нас думали и говорили не только как о странах, производящих два вида черного золота,
If we want to not be known only like black gold producers,
нам нужно всемирно развивать сотрудничество в области интеллектуальной собственности.
we have developed the worldwide cooperation in the intellectual property area.
Альтернатива – это деградация и потеря самостоятельности.
Or else we're going to degrade and lose our nationality.
Я бы хотел добавить, что уже сегодня существует Евразийская патентная организация.
I would like to add that even today there is a Euro-Asian patent organization.
Это как пример интеграции на основе интеллектуальной собственности.
It's an example of integration on the intellectual property basis.
Находится она в Москве, базируется.
It is in Moscow.
В нее входит почти 8 государств, и это почти все страны Каспийского региона.
It consists of 8 countries, all of them are mostly in Caspian region.
Патент, выданный Евразийской патентной организацией, действует на все 8 стран.
And patent issued by this organization is complies with all these 8 countries.
И сегодня мы говорим о патентах, но уже есть заключенные соглашения, который позволит в скором времени и товарным знаком действовать на территории 8 стран. Выдан в одной из... Вот охранный документ, выданный в одной из стран, действует на территории всех 8 стран.
Now I talk about the patents only, but today we have an agreement that will allow to trademarks also issued by this, protection issued by this organization will work in all 8 countries in the same time.
Еще очень важный момент. Сейчас происходит цифровизация, мы о ней много говорили, но цифровизация...
One more thing, now we discussed that the digitalization is around us.
Цифровизация – это что использование той или другой компьютерной программы.
But digitalization is usually just the use of this or any other computer program.
Мы можем в каждой из стран Каспийского региона создавать свою платформу для изобретателей, а можем делать общую.
We can create each platform for each country in the Caspian region, or we could create one united platform.
По своим функциональным качествам это будет совершенно одно и то же.
It's going to be even better, or this the same thing.
Но просто можно консолидировать деньги, усилия и сделать одну хорошую, а можно потратить деньги и сделать 8 плохих.
But this thing allows us to accumulate all our efforts and money and create one good thing, or if we don't like it, we could use it separately and create 8 bad things.
Это можно рассматривать, наверное, как предложение к сотрудничеству.
Да, конечно.
So I call you to the agreement about this.
Давайте сделаем такую платформу.
So let's create such kind of platform.
I think this is a good conclusion, so I would like to thank you for such a quality conversation, and maybe we will have a possibility to discuss it later. So thank you for your attention. Bye.
Давайте.
Thank you.